I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, court slams Malami with bail revocation. DSS arrests suspects behind abduction of worshippers in Kogi. Mass graves with 171 bodies found in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. And I will never say that US Olympian on White House AI video. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A new twist unfolded on Friday in the trial of former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, as the Federal High Court in Abuja ruled that his previous bail no longer applies following the reassignment of the case. The court held that since the matter began afresh, all earlier proceedings, including the bail granted by Emeka Nwite, were nullified, requiring a new bail application. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed a 16-count amended charge against Malami over alleged money laundering and unlawful asset acquisition totaling 8.7 billion naira. Malami, his son Abdulaziz, and his wife Asabe pleaded not guilty. While the defense urged the court to retain the earlier bail terms, the prosecution argued that the new judge could impose fresh conditions to ensure their appearance. In her ruling, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik directed the defense to file a formal bail application and adjourn the case to March 6th for its hearing and the start of trial. Malami and his son were remanded at Kuje Correctional Center, while his wife was remanded at Suleja Correctional Center. Justice Hussaini Belgore of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT High Court, presiding over former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai's fundamental human rights enforcement suit, has withdrawn from the case, citing impending leave. The case file has been returned to the Chief Judge of the Federal Capital Territory High Court for reassignment to another judge. The suit filed at the FCT High Court challenges alleged violations of El-Rufai's fundamental rights, including actions by agencies such as the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. El-Rufai in the suit pointed to the invasion of his Abuja residence, as well as involvement of other bodies like the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and Department of State Services, DSS, in ongoing legal matters against him. With Belgore's withdrawal, proceedings in the fundamental rights case are on hold until the FCT Chief Judge reassigns it to another judge. Operatives of the Department of State Services have arrested the alleged mastermind of the December 14, 2025 attack on Ekwa Church in Ayetoro, Kogi State. Security sources said the suspect, identified as Shafiu Usman, was apprehended at a hideout in Gombe State, where he had reportedly gone into hiding after the incident. Now, speaking on Friday, One of the sources said Usman confessed during interrogation to orchestrating the Ayatollah church attack and other kidnapping operations in Niger State, Kwara State, and Kogi State. The source disclosed that the suspect worked with Ibrahim Batijo, described as a bandit operating across Niger State, Kwara State, Kogi State, and Zamfara State. The Airline Operators of Nigeria, AON, has lambasted the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, over its interim report, which alleges price fixing by domestic airlines. In a statement by its chairman, Obiora Okonkwo, the AON described the claims of the FCCPC as harmful to the survival of airlines and based on flawed understanding of the industry's economics. This is coming after the FCCPC's disclosure on February 26th that it uncovered evidence suggesting local airlines manipulated ticket prices during the 2025 Yuletide period. Okonkwo stated that local airlines respect government institutions, stating that the operators would resist conclusions not grounded in operational realities. He added that the FCCPC does not possess the professional expertise to dabble into how prices are fixed, and as such, the report was only an attempt to play to the gallery. FCCPC on Thursday said a review it recently conducted uncovered patterns of alleged price manipulation by some local airlines in the country. The Independent National Electoral Commission has revised the timetable for the 2027 general election, moving the presidential and National Assembly polls to January and the governorship and state assembly elections to February. With the new arrangement, the presidential and National Assembly election will now take place on January 16th, while the governorship and state assembly election will be held on February 6th. The National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, said the Commission approved a revised timetable and schedule of activities following changes in the electoral law. INEC had earlier fixed Saturday, February 20th, 2027 for the presidential and National Assembly elections, and Saturday, March 6th, 2027 for the governorship and state houses of assembly elections under the Electoral Act 2022. However, the Commission said the repeal of the Electoral Act 2022 and the enactment of the Electoral Act 2026 necessitated a review of the schedule. The Commission also outlined key milestones in the revised timetable. It stated that the conduct of party primaries, including the resolution of disputes arising from them, will commence on April 23, 2026 and end on May 30th, 2026. The Commission reminded political parties that can end 20 hours before Election Day and warned that it would strictly enforce compliance. INEC said the revised timetable had been published on its official website and other communication platforms. The Commission also announced a slight adjustment to the Osun State governorship poll. INEC noted that while some activities for the Ekiti and Osun governorship elections had already been conducted, the remaining processes would align strictly with the Electoral Act 2026. It emphasized that the revised dates were consistent with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, and the Electoral Act 2026. It called on stakeholders to cooperate in ensuring peaceful, credible, and inclusive elections that reflect the sovereign will of the Nigerian people. Governor Amadu Fintiri of Adamawa State has defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. The governor, in a statewide broadcast on Friday, said he defected with his entire cabinet and all the People's Democratic Party PDP officials. According to the governor, his action was for the developmental interest. For the developmental interest of the people of Adamawa State. The Speaker of the Adamawa State House of Assembly, Wesley Bathia, had on Wednesday resigned his membership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, alongside 14 other lawmakers. The Speaker made the announcement during plenary, presenting letters of resignation from the affected members. After concluding legislative business, he called for order and read the letters of withdrawal one after another, confirming their exit from the ruling party. One of the defecting lawmakers, Mahmoud Kalamu, chairman of the House Committee on Information, described the move as strategic. An APC lawmaker speaking on the sidelines said the party would welcome the defectors if they chose to join. Up ahead, Fabemi seeks increased funding for Justice Ministry, cites obsolete laws and sector challenges. Oji River Legislative Council passes vote of confidence on the chairman, Greg Anyebudike. Details of these and more after the break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fabemi, is calling for improved funding for the Federal Ministry of Justice, warning that Nigeria's judicial system is grappling with contemporary challenges amid obsolete laws and resource constraints. Presenting the ministry's 2026 budget proposal before the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Legal Matters, Fabemi noted that limited capital releases in the 2025 fiscal year hampered the execution of key projects and reform programs. He said the ministry's performance in 2025 was constrained by several pressing challenges, including infrastructure deficiencies affecting workspaces, inadequate funding, and delayed budgetary releases, as well as human rights concerns such as prison overcrowding and limited access to legal aid.
That the achievements recorded in 2025 were limited by pressing contemporary challenges confronting the justice sector, which include 1. Infrastructural challenges which limit the conducive nature of our workspace, inadequate funding occasioned by budget shortfalls and delayed budgetary releases. Human rights concerns such as prison overcrowding and limited access to legal aid. The rise of emerging crimes, including cybercrime, terrorism, and transnational or cross-border crimes. Financial resource constraints that limit our ability to fulfill constitutional, legal, and international obligations. Human resource constraints that limit our ability to undertake the increasing workload in the ministry. To address these challenges, we must combine budgetary support with legislative reforms. Going forward, Increased funding is indispensable for the ministry to deliver, the ministry and its agencies to deliver on their future projections and programs, including but not limited to implementation of national policy and justice.
Members of the committee urged the ministry to thoroughly review its proposal and identify priority areas that require improvement to ensure greater efficiency and measurable impact in the justice sector.
And then we're looking for a supplementary budget. So I want the ministry to also, this is the budget period. If you believe that this will take care of all your requests, fine. But if the event after our visit and all the comments we made, there is a desire to improve this budget, you can also make the point now, and we will tell you what to do, so that it will form part of our defense at the appropriation committee.
He is right there, and he appreciates the complexity of the challenge, as it were. Because as a nation, we are worried as a Senate about the delays in releases. And a number of us share that opinion, that the old system is better. Because the delay is dangerous, especially where it affects the justice sector, which is at the heart of our social cohesion. Where the justice sector is delayed, where your performance is delayed or is hamstrung through bureaucratic bottlenecks.
And then we're looking for supplementary.
The Oji River Legislative Council has passed a vote of confidence in the chairman of Oji River Local Government Area, Greg Anyebudike. The motion, which enjoyed the unanimous support of all the lawmakers, was anchored on what they described as the chairman's outstanding performance and commitment to the development of the area. Christopher Lele reports.
In a decisive show of unity, the Oji River Legislative Council has passed a vote of confidence in the chairman of the local government area, Greg Anyebudike. The motion, which was moved by Harrison Okoro, was premised on what the lawmaker described as the chairman's visionary leadership, effective governance framework, and unwavering commitment to sustainable development across the council area.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, I, Councillor representing the good people of our ward, raised on the floor of this honorable house, formally move your motion for vote of confidence in the executive chairman of the Oji River Government Area, in the person of Mr. Greg. This motion is premised on this outstanding performances, visionary leadership, dedication and unwavering commitment to the growth and sustainable development of the Oji River Local Government Area.
During plenary, the leader of the House, Joy Omurafo, put the motion to a voice vote. In a rare display of consensus, the ayes resounded across the chamber without a single dissenting voice.
Those against them, no.
Members who spoke during the sitting described the resolution as historic, noting that it is the first time the council has adopted a vote of confidence with complete unanimity.
What happened today is the first of its kind in the Oji River Legislative Assembly. Today, the 20 councillors of Oji River Legislative Assembly passed vote of confidence in on our workaholic chairman, the executive chairman of Oji River Local Government Area Council.
If you go across all the local government, it has done really very well. I'm not here to hype people. I don't hype, but I tell people true. That is me, and that's the kind of politics I do. if you look like area I must commend him is security. Before in Oji River, he hardly comes out on Mondays or any other place, even other days, kidnapping or here and there. You know, in security area, that's where you can put on billions without anybody seeing it. I have the opportunity to work with the Frank Udemes, the chairman of local government. I have seen port security is all about. I have seen port peace is all about. Now I can assure you that Oji River have that peace.
Oji River was like a dot, but today you see a lot of businessmen, technocrats are now coming to Oji River to invest. That is the power of our local government chairman. And order, security and everything. My colleagues have said everything. Today we can sleep with our eyes closed. Nobody is talking about all these, we are local government in the boundary. But was able to find those security to make sure that we lived in peace in Oji River. That is remarkable.
The resolution now stands as a formal legislative acceptance of the chairman's mandate and a strong signal of institutional backing for the administration's policy direction in Oji River local government area. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has declared its readiness to generate about 24 billion naira as its targeted internally generated revenue for 2026 fiscal year, which is 4 billion higher than its target for 2025. The Registrar of JAMB, Professor Ishak Oloyede, who was represented at 2026 defense meeting before the Senate on tertiary institutions and TET Fund by a director in his office, Dr. Muftau Bello, said that 6 billion naira of the targeted amount will be remitted into the federal government. Bello disclosed that the sum of 18.5 billion naira was generated in 2025, out of which 4 billion naira was remitted to the Federation account as operating surplus. On preparedness of the examination body for 2026 UTME, the director said 1,000 examination centers have been created, which according to him are far higher than less 800 centers used in 2025.
So we have budgeted 19.8 billion, while our actual performance was 18.5 billion. For the personnel, the government planned to pay our salary to the tune of 6.6 billion. Eventually, we were paid about 5.7 billion. For our expenditures, for personnel, we actually spent 5.6 billion, paid directly by the APPS Office of the Accountant General. For overhead, we budgeted 14 billion, but we spent 13 billion. For capital, we budgeted 1.6, and we are spending 1.6. For 2026, we plan to generate 23.8 billion as our IGR, and we intended the federal government will pay about 6.7 for our personnel. So the total IGR revenue is 30.6 billion, while we plan to spend that 24 for both overhead, salary and capital, leaving us with an operating surplus of 6 billion, and we are remitting about 6 billion to the federal government in 2026.
The chairman of the committee, Senator Muntari Dandutse, and other members commended the performance of JAMB under the leadership of Professor Oloyede.
Commitment towards ensuring that our children get admission into the various universities. You have to improve, because year in, year out, some of the enrollment are finding it difficult in the universities and other tertiary institutions, and because of your lack of synergy between the universities and the JAMB. So some of them are ending up without even being properly placed in the course, in the field of study they are supposed to read.
The presidency has thrown its weight behind the Special Committee on Campaign Against Social Vices in Secondary and Tertiary Institutions, describing its mandate as central to safeguarding Nigeria's future. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, gave the assurance while he received members of the committee, led by its chairman, Professor Jerry Ugokwe, at the State House in Abuja.
The Special Committee on Campaign Against Social Vices in Secondary and Tertiary Institutions is a structured federal effort to promote discipline, run sensitization campaigns, make policy recommendations, and coordinate with schools, security agencies, and state authorities. Receiving the group in his office, Gbajabiamila expressed confidence in the integrity and capacity of the committee, noting that its designation as a special committee underscores the gravity of its assignment, which focuses on the moral well-being and character development of young Nigerians. He warned that rising social vices among youths have become a growing national concern, stressing that while young people are often described as the nation's future, deliberate and coordinated action is required to secure that future. The Chief of Staff, who noted that the federal government's ongoing reforms are forward-looking and targeted at empowering the young generation, cautioned that failure to properly guide and support youths could undermine the long-term gains of such reforms.
We cannot sit back and expect this country to grow or develop if you do not start from the foundation, which is the young ones. Government has so many policies or so many reforms that this administration has embarked upon, very laudable ones. And what are they doing it for? They're not immediate, you don't see immediate gains, you see, it's futuristic for the young ones. And if we do not take care of those ones, then the reforms really mean nothing. You can build something on nothing. So this is a very special committee because government has recognized the importance of the young men and women, boys and girls of this country.
Earlier, the chairman of the committee, Professor Jerry Ugokwe, said the committee's mandate includes identifying and addressing vices in schools, promoting discipline and responsible leadership, and collaborating with institutional authorities and security agencies to combat cultism, drug abuse, examination malpractice, cybercrime, and related offenses. The committee, he added, is also tasked with organizing sensitization campaigns and recommending policies to strengthen students' welfare, campus security, and academic excellence. He appealed for strategic backing and stronger institutional ownership, including approval and logistical support for a proposed grand national launch of the campaign at the State House Conference Hall.
We are doing this work not for ourselves, but for the President, for our country, and for generations that will inherit Nigeria. Your Excellency, the establishment of this committee reflects a strong commitment to restoring discipline, integrity, and a conducive learning environment in our institutions. We humbly submit that this special committee deserves structured institutional ownership and support. We respectfully request that this committee receives your strategic backing in the same manner you have graciously extended to the Legislative Mentorship Institute, LMI, and NEL Fund. Your leadership and endorsement will greatly enhance our effectiveness and credibility. We also seek your kind intervention to ensure that the committee is adequately linked with key institutions such as State Fund, SOBEB, NDLEA, EFCC, and other relevant agencies with secured commitment for their support.
The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Student Engagement, Sunday Asefon, highlighted the urgency of the intervention, citing a tragic case of a university student whose death was linked to drug intoxication. He explained that the committee was deliberately structured as a multi-stakeholder platform bringing together education authorities, religious leaders, and other critical authors to drive holistic value orientation among students. Since its inauguration, the committee has conducted campaigns in Edo and Kwara states and plans a national launch in Abuja. The committee says its work aligns closely with the administration's broader youth development and national building agenda.
Goalkeeper Arthur Okonkwo has not yet been cleared to represent the Super Eagles, according to the Nigeria Football Federation. The Wrexham shot-stopper Arthur Okonkwo was born in London to Nigerian parents and is eligible to play for Nigeria. The 24-year-old previously featured for England at youth level, but has since expressed his desire to switch international allegiance to the Super Eagles. There had been reports that the former Arsenal Academy graduate secured approval from FIFA in December 2025 to complete the change. Okonkwo has also been linked with a potential invitation to Nigeria's squad for a four-nation tournament scheduled to take place in Amman, Jordan, next month. However, the Nigeria Football Federation says the process is still ongoing. The Federation's head of international competitions, Dayo Enebi, clarified that the player's switch of nationality has not yet been finalized, although he remains under consideration for future call-ups. The draw for this season's UEFA Champions League quarter-finals and semi-finals has been concluded. The draw was held on Friday following the completion of the round of 16 fixtures earlier in the day. European football governing body UEFA confirmed that the winner of the round of 16 tie between Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain will face the winner of the clash between Galatasaray and Liverpool in the quarterfinals. Other quarterfinal pairings will see the winner of Real Madrid against Manchester City take on either Atalanta or Bayern Munich. The victor between Newcastle United and Barcelona will meet the winner of Atletico Madrid versus Tottenham Hotspur. In the final quarterfinal bracket, the winner of Bodo Glimt against Sporting CP will face either Bayer Leverkusen or Arsenal. Quarterfinal matches are scheduled for April 7th and 8th, with return legs on April 14th and 15th, 2026. The semi-finals will be played on April 28th and 29th, with second legs on May 5th and 6th, 2026. The final of Europe's Premier Club competition will be staged in Budapest in May 2026. Now up next is stock and money market reports.
The Nigerian exchange closed Thursday with 868.48 million shares traded in 69,203 deals worth 31.46 billion naira, as market capitalization stood at 124.2 trillion naira. Compared with Wednesday, volume fell 37%, turnover dropped 31%, and deals declined 1%. Out of 130 listed equities, 30 gained while 38 declined. FTN cocoa processors led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 6 naira 5 kobo per share from an opening price at 5 naira 50 kobo per share, followed by RT Briscoe, which gained with 9.95% to close at 11 naira 38 kobo per share, while Deep Capital Management and Trust gained with 9.92% to close at 6 naira 98 kobo per share, and Japol Gold and Ventures wrapped up Thursday's trading session with 9.91% to close at 3 naira 77 kobo per share. On the losing side, Jais Bank came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.98% at 12 naira 63 kobo per share from an opening price at 14 naira 3 kobo per share, followed by Ikeja Hotel, which declined with 9.9% to close at 37 naira 75 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index dipped 802.39 points to close at 193,567.87. However, the Naira traded mixed but relatively stable on Thursday, February 26, 2026, as liquidity conditions remained moderate across both segments of the foreign exchange markets. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the currency exchanged at around 1,352 naira to 1,357 naira per US dollar, with the official rate closing near 1,355 naira per dollar, reflecting slight depreciation compared to earlier in the week. In the parallel market, the Naira traded at approximately 1,385 naira to 1,395 naira per dollar in major hubs such as Lagos and Abuja, maintaining a premium over the official window amid sustained retail demand. This is Business News in Global News. Chimizi Adima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, drone jammed near French aircraft carrier was probably Russian, says Sweden. Pakistan Defense Minister says country in open war with Afghanistan after strikes. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Authorities in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo say mass graves have been discovered in an area recently vacated by M23 rebels, raising fresh concerns as fighting continues despite a US-brokered peace effort. South Kivu Governor Jean-Jacques Purusi told the Associated Press that 2 mass graves containing at least 171 bodies were found near the city of Uvira. One site in Kiromoni reportedly held around 30 bodies, while another in Kavivira contained 141. A local civil society group, the Network for the Protection of Civilians, says it was blocked by the Congolese military from accessing the sites. The group alleges the victims were killed by M23 fighters who suspected them of links to the National Army or pro-government militias. Those claims have not been independently verified. Both the Congolese Army and M23 have previously faced accusation of abuses. M23 is among more than 100 armed groups operating in mineral-rich eastern Congo near the Rwandan border. The rebels have battled government forces for over a decade, resurging in 2021 and capturing major cities including Goma and Bukavu earlier this year. In December, the group seized Uvira before later announcing a withdrawal, calling it a goodwill gesture to support peace talks. Despite ceasefire agreements mediated by the United States and Qatar, fighting continues. Sweden's defense minister says a drone jammed by the Swedish military near a visiting French aircraft carrier was likely Russian. The drone was detected close to the French warship as it docked in the southern city of Malmö. The French military says the drone was spotted about 13 kilometers from the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle, which is visiting Sweden for the first time ahead of planned NATO exercises in the region. Sweden's defense minister says there is a probable link between the drone and the Russian naval vessel that was sailing in Sweden's territorial waters in the Øresund Strait between Sweden and Denmark. The Russian ship later continued into the Baltic Sea. It remains unclear what ultimately happened to the drone. The Kremlin has dismissed claims of Russian involvement. The incident comes amid months of reported drone sightings near military installations and airports across NATO nations, including Denmark and the Baltic states. French officials say the episode demonstrated the effectiveness of Sweden's response and did not affect the carrier's mission. The Charles de Gaulle is leading the Lafayette 26 mission, taking part in NATO exercises in the Baltic and Atlantic, including off the coast of Norway. Its deployment is seen as a signal of France's increased military focus on Northern Europe. Meanwhile, Swedish authorities are also investigating a fuel spill in Malmö's port, though officials say there is no indication it is linked to the aircraft carrier. Pakistan's defense minister says the country is now in open war with Afghanistan after Islamabad launched airstrikes across the border in a sharp escalation of fighting. The strikes follow renewed clashes between Pakistani forces and the Afghan Taliban along their shared frontier. Pakistan says Taliban fighters launched attacks on military posts in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province last Thursday, prompting what it described as an immediate military response. Overnight, Pakistani aircraft struck targets in Kabul, Kandahar, and Paktika, cities near the mountainous 2,600-kilometer border. The Afghan Taliban says it's carried out retaliatory drone and artillery strikes inside Pakistan. Pakistani officials say those drones were intercepted before reaching their targets. Taliban authorities also allege that Pakistani rockets hit a refugee camp in Nangarhar province, injuring at least 9 people. That claim has not been independently verified. Pakistan's prime minister has vowed that there will be no compromise in defending the country's territory. The escalation comes despite a fragile ceasefire agreed in October. Talks aimed at ending months of hostilities failed to produce a lasting agreement, with both sides accusing the other of failing to engage seriously. Islamabad has repeatedly accused Afghanistan's Taliban government of harboring armed groups responsible for deadly attacks inside Pakistan, an allegation Kabul denies. U.S. men's ice hockey player Brady Tkachuk has distanced himself from an AI-altered video shared by the White House that appears to show him insulting Canadians after the Olympic gold medal game, stressing that the remarks in the video are fake and do not reflect who he is. The video was posted on the official White House TikTok account after the United States defeated Canada to win gold at the Winter Olympics. It is labeled as containing artificial intelligence content. The The clip digitally alters footage from a previous news conference, making it appear as though Tkachuk mocked Canadian fans following the game. Tkachuk, who captains the Ottawa Senators, said after returning to NHL action in Canada that the voice and lip movements were not his and that he had no control over the account that posted the video. The controversy comes as several U.S. players also faced criticism for laughing during a congratulatory call from President Donald Trump, who jokes about inviting both the men's and women's teams to his State of the Union address. Women's captain Hillary Knight later described the comment as inappropriate, but said there is strong mutual respect between the two teams. Other players, including Matthew Tkachuk, Jake Sanderson, Jeremy Swayman, and Charlie McAvoy, said the reaction during the call was mishandled and did not reflect their support for the women's squad. And that's it on the international news.
Next is entertainment news with Queeneth Wokonta.
The Lagos State Judiciary has fixed April 14, 2026 for the commencement of the coroner's inquest into the death of Nkanu, the 21-month-old son of renowned Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Nkanu reportedly died on January 7, 2026, following complications arising from the series of preparatory medical procedures. In the aftermath, the family issued a legal notice to the hospital involved, alleging medical negligence and professional misconduct contributed to the child's death. The inquest death was set by Magistrate Atinuku Adetunji of the Yaba Magistrate Court after legal representatives for all parties announced their appearances. Senior advocate Kemi Pinheiro is representing the Adichie family, while Adebola Rahman is appearing for the Lagos State Attorney General. Legal teams for Atlantis Hospital and Eurocare were also present in court. Magistrate Adetunji explained that the inquest was initiated at the request of the Attorney General, emphasizing that the Lagos State government has a vested interest in ensuring a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding the child's death. The court directed all parties to file and exchange witness statements ahead of the hearing. According to the magistrates, the primary objective of the proceedings is to determine the exact cause of death, beginning with the presentation of the autopsy findings. Counsel for the family informed the court of plans to tender evidence alleging gross medical negligence, including claims of possible overdose, wrongful prescription, improper administration of propofol, and misdiagnosis. The family is expected to call 5 independent medical experts as witness, in addition to the child's father, who is also a medical doctor. The magistrates further ruled that Eurocare will open its case at the commencement of the inquest, followed by the Adichie family and then Atlantis Hospital. The matter was subsequently adjourned to April 14 for the formal commencement of proceedings. Seyi Law, a prominent Nigerian comedian and vocal supporter of President Bola Tinubu, has reversed his earlier position on Nigeria's security situation. The backlash followed his claim that the country is safer now than it was a decade ago, despite ongoing concerns over terrorism and kidnapping in several parts of the country. His remarks triggered widespread criticism online, with many Nigerians accusing him of downplaying the security challenges because of his perceived ties to the ruling party. In response to the public outcry, Seyi Law posted an apology video on Instagram, admitting that his comment was insensitive. He also urged President Tinubu to treat the safety and security of Nigerians with greater urgency and seriousness.
All right. A lot of people called my attention to a statement that I made on Honest Bunch podcast, where I said, is it today that they've been kidnapping people from their home in Nigeria, and that Nigeria is safer now than 10 years ago? I'm not someone who would be too proud or be very insensitive to apologize when he makes a mistake. And if you notice, even on the Honest Bond podcast, when I said that I had the opportunity to host Governor Alex Otti's fundraising dinner, and I said it was while he was in APC, which actually was a mistake, because then he was in ABGA, though at some point he also went to APC before he finally joined Labour Party. You could see that on the program. As soon as that error was called out, I apologized. I don't waste time to apologize. I'm not someone who holds on to mistake. And I had looked at that sentence, that statement, and I think that it is quite insensitive to people who had an issue or the other with kidnapping, relatives being killed and all that. And I want to sincerely and unreservedly tender an apology to those who that statement have hurt. And I know how you feel. I believe that statement is very, very insensitive, even though that wasn't what I was trying to say. I believe that I should be able to hold a government that I supported, or I'm supporting. I'm supposed to be able to hold them to account. And that is why I think the collaboration by this government with the United States to tackle insecurity is something that is good. And the fact that this government has given the military the highest budget ever, even though it is not enough, because I had interacted with our military personnel, and I know what they are going through, and I don't want their efforts to look like they are not doing anything. I guess I was just so passionate about what they are doing, and I also know that they are overstretched, but that doesn't give me a reason whatsoever to be insensitive to other people's plight. And so I want to say I'm very sorry, deeply sorry. I shouldn't have made that statement whatsoever. I shouldn't. You know, I'm sorry. And I will keep engaging the people that I should engage in government to ensure that Nigerians can go to bed, you know, and sleep better with their eyes closed. Thank you.
Popular Nigerian actress Eniola Badmus has threatened legal action against an ex-user who accused her of pimping girls to top Nigerian politicians for money. An ex-user on Thursday morning accused the actress of prostitution and linking young girls with politicians and movie executives. He claimed that Eniola Badmus, who is currently the special assistant to Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives on social events and public hearings, secured her political appointment through her private pimping network. While accusing her of exploiting young girls, the user stated that many of those girls have been used by politicians for different purposes. Denying the allegations on X, the actress threatened to take legal actions against the user, noting that she doesn't have a forgiving spirit. The allegations came about 3 years after a lady identified as Oge called the actress for being a professional pimp. However, after she was arrested, Oge explained that she was paid 200,000 naira to accuse the actress. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, ENUGU. Good morning, world. Welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show here on Signature Television. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. And yes, it's the last day in the month of February. The year 2026 is growing and going fastly and speedily. I hope you're making plans. I hope you're making due use of your time. Now, starting off this morning is with our newspaper headlines, where we read them, analyze them, and as I'll always say, pick your papers, read them to get the details. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll read out the headlines. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. We're starting off with our Saturday Punch. We'll be just taking a few here and there. Cover page on page 5, we have parties race against May deadlines for primaries. PDP, ADC, NNPP accuse INEC of creating impossible hurdles. APC to opposition, go to court or boycott polls. Real reasons Tinubu sat ex-IG. Ebotokun. Wike faction kicks as Oyo Court upholds PDP convention. Fintiri joins APC. Article's son shuns defection. That's on the Punch. We move over to the Matrix. Matrix has on the cover page 2027. Fresh fireworks loom. ADC rejects INEC's reversed timetable. Article. It will be Tinubu APC versus Nigerians. We are ready. INEC defends timetable. We also have Nigeria's economy grow by 4.07% in Q4 in 2025, NBS reports. Native doctor Akwakuko convicted to serve term in Oka prison. NAPTIP finally launches investigation into Simi's alleged child sexual misconduct saga. 9 billion naira charge. Court grants fresh bail to Malami. Others. Adeleke's Adeleke tightens grip on Oshun as 25 PDP lawmakers join him in Accord Party. That's for the Matrix. We move to the Saturday Tribune. On the cover page, court validates 2025 PDP elective convention, affirms Turaki-led NWC. Party welcomes court judgment, urges police to unseal secretariat. Judgment is no news, Wike's camp. All right, that's for the Tribune. Gunmen kill 5, injure 3 in Plateau. Governor threatens community leaders. On page 5, we see 48 kids stolen in Gombe, says Governor Yahaya. FCT police rescues 21 children from traffickers. That's from the Tribune. Move over to the Vanguard. On page 10, fight against terrorism. Allow us defend ourselves allow us carry arms to defend ourselves. Middle Belt leaders, farmers agree with U.S. congressmen. Bomb terrorists harder. This is Nigerians' call for more U.S. strikes. That's on page 12. We also have court validate 2025 PDP elections. And then lastly, Bishop Onayeko to Tinubu. We can't continue like this. When gods no longer choose Yoruba leaders, how bribery politics are wrecking Yoruba kingship. That's on the Vanguard. We move to the Saturday Sun. On page 25, we're still on the court. And then we have alarm over 14 million births in 2 years. Unchecked birth rates may pile huge pressure on economy, cause more hardships, development experts and psychologists. All right, Ohaneze demands justice over attack on Obi Odige Oyegu in Benin. Dixon meets Obi, condemns attempts to intimidate opposition. INEX reverse timetable booby trap against opposition, says ADC Ola Wepo Hashim. And then Tinubu's orders ignite shutdown in oil sector. NNPCL stripped of access to internally generated funds. It reverses key elements of PIA, says Africa Energy Signal. It's a troubling signal to investors. On page 27, NAFDAC has power to ban sachet alcoholic beverages, FG tells court. That's on the Saturday Sun. We move to the Weekend Trust. We see a picture of a U.S. naval officer with the binoculars. The headline is U.S. Troops, Security Lifeline or Sovereignty Grapple. On page 9, 3 years after silence at Kolmani oil field. Politicians should not appoint judges, says Justice James Ogebe. This is on page 12. From campus dreams to crystal meth, a graduate's battle with drugs. That's for the Weekend Trust. We move over to the Independent, Saturday Independent. On the cover page, landlords now vice chancellors as students' rent rises higher than tuition fees. On page 13, Ondo APC Congress, where party chieftains turn conference to killing field. On page 30, the defining tasks before Tinju Disu as acting IGP. Court grants Ozekome Useni 10 million naira bail over forgery allegations. And we also have the Turaki-led story. No plans to increase UTME registration fees, says JAMB. We'll move over to the Blueprint Weekend. On insecurity, veterans experts hail federal government's plan on military retirees to man ungoverned spaces. All right, the federal government is giving power to retired militaries to man ungoverned spaces. Southern Kaduna Coalition disowns pro-El Rufai's rally, backs ex-governor's probe. Troops nab 354 suspects, rescues 373 kidnapped victims nationwide. Match fixing, Nigeria goalkeeper suspended in Tanzania. Equity market sustains bearish run, sheds 472 billion naira. Anambra native doctor gets 2-year jail term over money ritual others. Then lastly, on the Guardian weekend, on the cover page, why echoes of state police can't be ignored. Senate to accelerate constitution amendment as Tinubu pushes reform. NAS, governors, state assemblies align on proposal. Stakeholders prefer pathways to better policing system. State police achievable. Afenifere Yoruba leaders of thought insist. MTN MTN commits 1 trillion naira to telephony growth in Nigeria as revenue jumps by 55%. UNDP CSOs advocate swift funding for security operations. 2027, INEC insists on reforms as protesters rally behind Amupito. Oyo State at 50, when celebrations become launchpad for next development arc. PDP crisis, factions renew rivalry as court validates 2025 convention, affirms Turaki-led NWC. And lastly, Andrew's arrest and other ESPN casualties, lesson for Nigeria. That's it on our newspaper headlines this morning. We are here with Mr. Madika. We just get right into it. Good morning and thanks for being with us this morning.
Good morning, Princess. Good morning, people of the world. Welcome again to New Day and our newspaper review.
All right, so we'll just start off with the PDP convention and the fact that the Turaki-led faction has been finally accepted. So are we finally seeing that the stability we wish for PDP here, seeing that between the Wike and Turaki, the court has finally decided that it's Turaki that is leading PDP?
Nigeria is a lawless society. And when you go down to Tribune, you find that the Wike's camp said judgment is no news, meaning they are not ready to adhere to court judgment.
Accept, yes.
And that has annulled. There are so many court judgments in Nigeria that were not adhered to. So it's not here to huru. I mean, Nigerian politicians are bent on destroying PDP, and they are achieving their aim. One thing I told somebody, because I'm going to join the two with in ENUGU or somewhere where APC, there were killing camp when APC people gathered and they started killing themselves. And I said, why are we making so much noise about opposition when everything that will give any opposition any room to stand has been destroyed in Nigeria? And I suggested to somebody, let us all move into APC, have one party, and then we can fight. You know? That's the only thing we can do. If we join APC, we all go there to do whatever we want to do. And that's how we can begin to fight within. Because there's no opposition. The court is against opposition. Political environment is against opposition. Politicians, even politicians in opposition, are against themselves. Who are they working for? They are just working for one man. Why are they deceiving Nigerians? This issue of crying for, I have resolved, I'm going to defect too. It's better we sit in one family and start fighting within instead of all this, because it is a deception. If we go under anything like, there's no opposition in Nigeria as far as we're concerned now. These politicians that are deceiving Nigeria that are fighting opposition are working for the central government. So they just be doing massaging, go to court, somebody they say go to court. Meaning that they are not interested in what Onaiko said, we can't continue like this. Revered from Cardinal of the Catholic Church in Nigeria, whoever in Abuja, he knew, sit down with them in Aso Rock and know the intention of the mind of Nigeria, said, tell the president we can't continue like this. And so many people like him have said this, and we will continue on the same trajectory. No change. We are not begging anybody again. No. Let APC kill our position. All of we come into APC, and what happened in London, we showed them a lesson that even within APC, killing and fighting will not stop. Let them open the door. Both the madmen, everybody will come and become one party in Nigeria. That is when they will see fight. In fact, that's when the fight will become better. So that when you are fighting, you know what you are fighting. Nobody will come and say you are fighting as opposition. You are fighting as a stakeholder. And I think that's what I advise the whole Nigeria. This mess of wasting time on opposition is not working. Nobody is allowing any opposition. And it has never been this bad since the history of Nigeria. So why are we wasting time? Everything has been created to make sure, even when they created and are in control of everything, they are still insecure.
Sure.
So, what are we talking about? Everywhere we open, Matrix said 2027, fresh fireworks, looms. Why do we need fireworks for 2027? Who are they deceiving? There has never been any firework. What is happening is corrupt politicians who are selfish, want to achieve their aim. They don't care how they do that. And they will tell you it's politics. Well, I am now waking up this morning and I've dreamt about it and said, what we do, everybody, go into one party. Let us all sit within there. Everyone go get your gun and market. Then we decide.
Yeah, about that. Middle belt leaders have told federal government to allow them defend themselves. See that in Vanguard said, allow us carry arms to defend ourselves. And then we also see that there are fresh killings in Plateau. The government killed 5. So with this thing that you have said, let us enter party and then
this one is a little different. This one is fight for survival and life.
Yes.
You have the Plateau has bled for too long. Zamfara, Borno, all those states, Bauchi, Benue, Middle Belt, and they have resolved and said, federal government, since you are still muffling the idea, chewing the idea from one part of the mouth to another of state police, allow us carry arms. Those non-government actors that carry arms, who allow them? And they keep killing people every day. And the government is deceptive. Most people in government offices have asked people to go and defend themselves. With what? Then they ask them. So let them allow them carry arms. Let's declare full war from outside. Instead of people sticking or buying government, want to be what they call law-abiding citizen, and they will be sitting every day. People will walking, killing, beheading, raping their women, carrying their daughters away, stealing children. How many children were stolen, and how many were found? So a generation of Nigeria where children have become groundnut. You go to what they call those people who go to shop to steal sweets and what they call them. Those ones that will have what they call kleptomaniacs. So in Nigeria in 2026, children are being stolen like groundnut and sweets, like kleptomaniacs steal from shops. And we have government. And you think that people, it's just that they came open to say it. Most communities have resolved. Let them come and put me. I will take them to communities that have resolved to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Nigerians have been asked to defend it. It's not a government, the seats are not being straight. When they have neighborhood watch, and they have vigilante groups, and they have Amoteku, they have Abubaku, they have ESN, they call them different names. What are those people? What are they using? Don't you see them carry guns? Why? That's what I don't understand. Man. When we see a problem, instead of taking hard decision and call a spade and see the resultant effect, we'll be talking about, because those people who make the decisions are safe.
Yes.
If they're in the same location where the middle belters have died and killed,
maybe they
if they're in those, they wouldn't be asking, they would even have raised, because they have enough money to raise AK-47 for so many of their youths to defend them. But they are not living there. They are in Abuja, state capitals in Makudi, and all the state capitals in Nigeria. House of Assembly, say he's representing those constituencies where people are dying, but he is in House of Assembly complex and the quarters in the state capital with security, the little they have to protect them. From his house to State House of Assembly is protected. We are telling ourselves lies, and it got to stop soon. Nigerians are arming to defend themselves, and when that happens, we have returned to a state of nature, survival of the fittest. The government has to sit up and do something. If this control steps out of their hand and these communities take up arms to defend themselves, it will become another war in the near future.
All right, let's talk about Finti's defection. Yes.
Finti's defection is no more news. He's gone back to what. That's why I'm saying he is now playing my mind. We all move into APC. I'm soon going to defect. I'm not announcing the death. Because we have found out that it's only when we fight within APC that we can reclaim our country. Nigeria. I am convinced I'm no more against anybody defected. So let more state governors. I even have a rumor that told you we soon defect. And somebody was saying, God forbid, God forbid, you bind and cancel. With the Nigerian politicians, you cannot bind and cancel nothing, because these are people that wake up on a, they always, you think whether you are with them, they are coming from different planets, they are not here. So they can wake up anything and they will think you are there with you, because they come and tell you one thing and wake up and find another. They are fighting so many spirits, because in Nigerian politics is a legion of spirits.
All right, before we round up, let's quickly talk about, I think a couple of months ago, weeks ago, when INEC first announced the timetable for elections, we read in the papers here on Saturday morning that the Muslims complained that, oh, that period is a period for their Ramadan fast. And this morning we've seen, or yesterday it was announced that the timetable has been rescheduled. And then at ADC, some parties are giving till a certain time to start primaries. So are we seeing a rushed election, or is it still going to have the same due process that is accorded every electoral process, seeing that we're already less than a year into all the election process?
INEC is become JAMB and WAEC when they release timetable for exam. It's either you sit or fail or go to court. Yeah. I don't want to repeat myself. Every structure of Nigeria has made democracy to fail. You are fixing timetable for people and they are shouting it's not conducive. Somebody say go to court or avoid the pool. When APC can come down the Nigerian newspaper and say avoid the pool, it meaning that if this is democracy, and all the people that are going to pool with APC avoid pools, and there's the same party say avoid if you cannot follow our
they already know what they have planned.
So that will tell you what has planned. So when you are talking about it, we are wasting time. There's no more time. So let the party. Some parties are still in court, and those people are waiting. If they see they're making chance, the court will register them. Do you know that ABC case is in the court, and ABC is making noise? What have in the court did they register ABC 2 months to election? If you register APP,
that would be bad for them.
So what are you talking about? Can't you see that? Can't you see beyond what you are talking about? Nigeria is designed to favor one group, and if you are in the opposition shouting, you're wasting time. The best thing is join the winning team. If you can't beat them, join them. Let's go in there and fight it out together. Before we go, the state police is still coming up again, and they're chewing it, and still they cannot ignore it because it has come to stay. Some people are against it, and we are saying we can use because of rat to set the house on fire. Whatever the governors want to do with state police, if they are going to secure the lives of people and then turn the state police into their kitchen cabinet, at least only when we are alive we can talk about it. Yes. But those fears are no more. State police is what we are asking for, because a lot of people, like keep saying, are operating state police already. So let's not waste time to adopt state policing. Landlords now, vice chancellors, students' rent rise higher than tuition fees, because Nigerians are building universities without hostels. In University Oka, That university started without a single hostel. All the businessmen in Onitsha went to Oka to buy land and build hostels for students. So the same way, when they go to Onitsha, rent increase. They come to Oka increase. Most students pay rent more than their parents in cities. I am a living example. In ENUGU, School of Medicine, students pay for one room 650,000. While a flat in ENUGU is 800,000. Do the mathematics. Nigerians are also part of their problems. This can stop. How can universities build university without hostel? I attended University of Benin without entering the school. There were hostels. I stayed in hostel. You have a choice if you want to stay or not. Yes. But the school will offer you hostel. So if you have, like now we have Gen Zs in your generation who are so ambitious and they don't care about their parents, how they make the money to give them. Some of them are in a hurry. So if this is their generation, they give you hostel, you want to go, you pay. But then they're forcing parents to pay so much money. You pay for sorting fee. You pay for accommodation. You pay for exam fee. You pay for handout. You pay for welfare. You pay for feeding. The same parents that this economy has not increased their income. Nigeria is planned to fail. Nigerians are resilient, but they get to a point where most of them are dying. And of course, most people are. Go to the mortuaries and see how many Nigerians that even when they died, their people cannot even afford to go and carry the corpse to bury. They have abandoned it to mortuaries. Most mortuaries now are doing mass burial for corpses that are abandoned for 10 years. This is the country. So Nigeria will hold it, and we continue to see in the campuses. Students will go there because of the generation. Because when you talk about politicians that go to university to make sure students do not read their books, they are going back to take over the student unionism, and they will introduce them to drug and guns. Look at that headline of students who with the dream to go to university and go there and make what they call it,
right,
and then his dream will end. The same country, they will come out, they have high youth unemployment, and then I don't know. Nigerian leaders and whatever Nigerians sow, they will reap. So God bless everybody who has listened this morning and watched. God bless you, Princess. God bless Nigeria. God bless Signature TV. But we must know that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much, and I hope that Nigeria does not always have to annoy us like this every morning. It's just heartbreaking that you come up and then you just see something that just riles you up, and you know you want your country to be better. You want the people around you to have a better life. But the system that have been set up, the people in charge of these systems are not making it possible, are not making it enjoyable. Just one story from one story to another, from one to another. Anyway, that's the Nigeria we find ourselves in. We'll take a short break. New Day continues when we get back. Stay with us.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Lagos State Judiciary has fixed April 14, 2026 for the commencement of the coroner's inquest into the death of Nkanu, the 21-month-old son of renowned Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Nkanu reportedly died on January 7, 2026, following complications arising from the series of preparatory medical procedures. In the aftermath, the family issued a legal notice to the hospital involved, alleging medical negligence and professional misconduct contributed to the child's death. The inquest death was set by Magistrate Atinuku Adetunji of the Yaba Magistrates Court after legal representatives for all parties announced their appearances. Senior Advocate Kemi Pinheiro is representing the Adichie family, while Adebola Rahman is appearing for the Lagos State Attorney General. Legal teams for Atlantis Hospital and Eurocare were also present in court. Magistrate Adetunji explained that the inquest was initiated at the request of the Attorney General, emphasizing that the Lagos State government has a vested interest in ensuring a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding the child's death. The court directed all parties to file and exchange witness statements ahead of the hearing. According to the magistrates, the primary objective of the proceedings is to determine the exact cause of death, beginning with the presentation of the autopsy findings. Counsel for the family informed the court of plans to tender evidence alleging gross medical negligence, including claims of possible overdose, wrongful prescription, improper administration of propofol, and misdiagnosis. The family is expected to call 5 independent medical experts as witness, in addition to the child's father, who is also a medical doctor. The magistrates further ruled that Eurocare will open its case at the commencement of the inquest, followed by the Adichie family and then Atlantis Hospital. The matter was subsequently adjourned to April 14 for the formal commencement of proceedings. Seyi Law, a prominent Nigerian comedian and vocal supporter of President Bola Tinubu, has reversed his earlier position on Nigeria's security situation. The backlash followed his claim that the country is safer now than it was a decade ago, despite ongoing concerns over terrorism and kidnapping in several parts of the country. His remarks triggered widespread criticism online, with many Nigerians accusing him of downplaying the security challenges because of his perceived ties to the ruling party. In response to the public outcry, Seyi Law posted an apology video on Instagram, admitting that his comment was insensitive. He also urged President Tinubu to treat the safety and security of Nigerians with greater urgency and seriousness.
All right. A lot of people called my attention to a statement that I made on Honest Bunch podcast, where I said, is it today that they've been kidnapping people from their home in Nigeria, and that Nigeria is safer now than 10 years ago? I'm not someone who would be too proud or be very insensitive to apologize when he makes a mistake. And if you notice, even on the Honest Bond podcast, when I said that I had the opportunity to host Alex Oti's, Governor Alex Oti's fundraising dinner, and I said it was while he was in APC, which was actually a mistake, because then he was in ABGA, though at some point he also went to APC before he finally joined Labour Party. You could see that on the program. As soon as that error was called out, I apologized. I don't waste time to apologize. I'm not someone who holds on to mistake. And I had looked at that sentence, that statement, and I think that it is quite insensitive to people who had an issue or the other with kidnapping, relatives being killed and all that. And I want to sincerely and unreservedly tender an apology to those who that statement have hurt. And I know how you feel. I believe that statement is very, very insensitive. even though that wasn't what I was trying to say. I believe that I should be able to hold a government that I supported or I'm supporting. I'm supposed to be able to hold them to account. And that is why I think the collaboration by this government with the United States to tackle insecurity is something that is good. And the fact that this government has given the military the highest budget ever, even though it is not enough, because I'd interacted with our military personnel and I know what they're going through.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome back. Now, for our first conversation, we are analyzing or discussing a recent matter that happened over here in Enugu State. So Monday, earlier in the week, the ENSA, if I'm correct, Enugu State's Signage and Advertising Agency, I think that's the right words, announced that there will be a 150 million naira fee for outdoor campaign in Enugu, towards the elections. It has raised conversations, it has raised, speculations. But this morning we want to discuss it, and we have a legal practitioner with us. He is Barrister Chinonso Owe. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, it's my pleasure.
All right, so let's start off, from your own point of view, from your person, as both a legal practitioner and a citizen of the country. What would you say is the thing, or what you say are the things that led to this very decision?
Anyway, ENSA is an agency of the government of Enugu State. On the face of it, the law that established ENSA made it to be an independent body. But it should not be wrong for one to suspect that most of these institutions that ordinarily should be independent operate under the influence of the governments of the various states of the nation. Having said that, I believe that what is playing out is an indirect attempt by the government of the day, to stifle opposition voices. I believe that is what is playing out, and this is being done using the instrumentality of ENSA as an indirect mechanism in frustrating opposition voices in the state. So it's not a welcome development, it's an embarrassing one, and it's marks of the highest echelon of insensitivity on the part of ENSA as an establishment saddled with the responsibility of regulating advertisements. And most importantly, we should take cognizance of the fact that politics is not a business venture, so to speak, because there is this controversy as to whether it falls within the legislative ambit of the government of the state to regulate advertisements, or whether it falls within the ambit of the powers of the federal government. To a great extent, to the best of my knowledge, this responsibility falls within the legislative competence of the National Assembly, in which case we have ACON in existence. We have ACON in existence as being an agency of an institution under the radar of the federal government. So, but beyond this, beyond whether it is the state government or the federal government that has powers to regulate advertisement, so to speak, we should appreciate the fact that the Electoral Act is the basic law that regulates the conduct of elections in Nigeria. And the Electoral Act has made provisions empowering candidates and political parties alike to sponsor candidates at any given point in time, and to also to embark on an electioneering campaign. In other words, it is the Nigerian Constitution that will be referred to as the basic law of the land that regulates the conduct of election, followed by the Electoral Act, being an act of the National Assembly. If it's an issue that has to do with the conduct of local government election, then to a great extent, the state government may claim to have some level of say in the manner in which campaigns be carried out. But beyond these legalities and niceties, the point there is this: if you are telling political parties and candidates alike, because even if you are referring to the political parties as the legal entities that are to pay this money, indirectly it will end up being paid by members of these political parties. If you expect them to pay a whooping sum of 150 million naira for them to be allowed to embark on political campaigns, you are indirectly encouraging corruption and corrupt practices. Because any political party that emerges successful at any given time, directly and indirectly, we want to recoup the outrageous expenses incurred in the cost of acquiring political power. So it's an embarrassing one. It's not a welcome development. However, some of us are not perturbed because whichever way, we believe that it will not see the light of the day. The law is very clear on that. And the law which regulates the conduct of the election is the Electoral Act and not the law enacted by the government of the state.
So are you telling us now that there's a possibility that this amount that was fixed may not be adhered to, seeing that the law has already clearly stated that no amount ought to be fixed when it comes to election processes?
As far as I'm concerned, that law will not be obeyed. Now, let me make something clear at this juncture. One may be tempted to ask whether I'm encouraging disobedience to laws as a lawyer. No, not at all. In law, there's what we call doctrine of covering the field. The doctrine of covering the field is a complex, or better still, a multifaceted legal issue, legal doctrine. But basically, it has to do with the fact that if the constitution has taken care of an issue, the parliament cannot, in the exercise of its powers of lawmaking, either curtail or enlarge the ambit of the power expressly donated by the Constitution. Likewise, when the National Assembly enacts a law in an area that enjoys concurrent legislative powers between the federal government and the state government, then if there is any law made by the federal government, if it conflicts with the law made by the state government, then that law made by the state government will be declared null and void to the extent of its inconsistency. Having said that, I earlier made reference to the provisions of the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act is the basic law, apart from the Nigerian Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. The Electoral Act is the basic law that regulates the conduct of the elections. So I am only expected as a citizen not to disobey the provisions of the Electoral Act, unless there is any law enacted by the government of a state which gives force to the Electoral Act, which is in tandem, which is in alignment to the Electoral Act. Having said that, you cannot make a law. Let me use a very good example. The Nigerian Constitution has stipulated that for one to be qualified to run for a political office, that one has to attain the age of 35. Now, if the National Assembly now makes a law saying that that for one to be qualified to vie for governorship position of a state, that one has to attain the age of 40, I will not be seen as disobeying the law if I'm up to the age of 35, but not up to the age of 40, and I decide to present myself to vie for an office. That will not be considered to amount to one disobeying the provisions of the law. So, likewise, in this scenario, this law enacted by the House of Assembly of ENUGU State, upon which ENSA is operating, with due respect, and as far as I'm concerned, is not a law that can curtail the rights of candidates and political parties to participate effectively in the forthcoming general election. It will not stand. So any disregard to that law will not amount to disrespect for law. No. Any disregard. So we are being guided strictly by the provisions of the Electoral Act. So as far as I'm concerned, personally, if I'm to run for any office in the forthcoming election, I'm not even perturbed by their so-called policy. I'm not.
Okay, earlier you said that some of these agencies are set up to be independent bodies, which I assume ENSA is one of such, because ENSA, this corporation was not, or commission, was not just set up prior to this moment. It's been in existence, because for every billboard, every signpost that is being put up around the state, there is an agency that allows them or commissions them. Now we have this ENSA body suddenly fixing a certain amount prior to elections, and then we have the electoral reform that makes no provision for any political party to pay any amount. Are we seeing a contradiction? Because the way yesterday we had the SSA to the governor, and he said this fee is, okay, if you want to play, according to the way he put it, if you want to play in the outdoor space. Now, he wasn't coming from the angle of electoral forms or electoral injunctions or it being a law that is being passed. He just said, if your party decide that you want to play outdoor, ranging from billboards, posters, handbills, cars, and what have you. This is the amount you ought to pay. If you want to play on the social media space, you are allowed. But if you want to play on the outdoor, this is the amount you would have to pay for the, as he puts it, cleanup. Now, you are saying that according to the electoral reform, there is no provision for any payment. How do we just oppose this to, seeing that that's what we're faced with? Barrister, can you hear me? Barrister Chinonso, can you hear me?
Yes, I didn't quite get the last part of your submission. After you talked about, that he said that they have to pay a certain amount of money.
Okay.
Stipulated by the SSA to the governor of the state.
Yeah, the SSA said that this amount, this 150 million naira, is for cleanup. That was the phrase he used. It's for cleanup of the outdoor space that these parties decide to play on. And to the best of my knowledge, ENSA is an independent body, seeing that they control every open door advertisement done in the states. Now, you've said earlier that there is no provision in the electoral reforms where any party is mandated to pay any certain amount, when it comes to elections. We have these two factors in front of us. How do we balance both of them?
Anyway, the SSA will always come out to defend the governors and the government of the state. But if you analyze the statement made by the SSA or whatever, any representative of the government of ENUGU state, the statement sounds contradictory in the sense that you are talking about the cleanup of the public space, but in the same policy that they want to dish out, they are saying that you are not even allowed to print even flyers, even branded shirts. So how will flyers and branded shirts, for instance, defeat the duty of the state? So that will tell you the sinister motive behind this particular policy. So the first point of departure is the question whether the state government even has the powers to embark on regulation of campaigns in the first instance. The answer is no. And that you have been doing something, if at all there's any place they have powers to operate, it should be normal conventional business. As soon as I have a business establishment, I have a company, and I want to embark on promotion. That is when they can, if at all they have the powers, they can come in to say, okay, no, before you advertise your products or before you advertise your services, you have to pay some amount of money. That is when they can come in. We are talking about governance, politics, which gives rise to governance, so to speak. So now I think that the humongous sum should be, let me make something clear at this juncture. There's what we refer to as conventional campaign and then extraordinary campaign. Yes, ordinary, if I want to mount my billboards in the state, for instance, I'm not going beyond the ordinary. In which case, everything is not all about law. Some of us may not be bothered about the policies that may even be laid down by ACON as an establishment being the one that is expressly empowered to regulate advertisements, so to speak. And knowing full well that, it could be argued that, yes, you are campaigning, but you have gone beyond the ordinary. But if you are now telling people that they should pay before they print posters, before they print, not even before they print flyers, before they have in place branded t-shirts, branded shirts, branded caps, you have to achieve a sinister agenda. It's very clear on the face of it. Now, talking about posters, for instance, we have public spheres. Ordinarily, in public places, one is not even expected to carry out some activities in what I refer to as a public space. But assuming I have my own private premises and I decide to print a poster and post on the building, my own building, or my friends, my associates, my political allies, so they say, wow, you are contesting, want to come and have your poster on our building. And private property, and you're saying no, that should not be done. You see, these are just decoys being put in place by the ruling party as far as I'm concerned. They believe they can dissuade whoever, maybe they can use indirect means, to curtail the visibility of members of the opposition in the forthcoming election, so that it will not be as if there is no opposition in place, that this is only the ruling party. I challenge the current governor of ENUGU state. He should tell us how much he paid. He once contested for the chairmanship position of Nkanu East Local Government Council of Enugu State. So ENSA should tell us how much Governor Peter Simba paid when he vied for chairmanship position.
I don't think this amount has been declared before. I think this is the first time they're declaring such amount.
No. Under the watch of Governor Uguay, they tried doing the same thing. So I know I went to court over this issue.
Okay.
Under the watch of Uguay, even though it wasn't as humongous as it is at the moment.
Yes.
Even though the matter wasn't decided before the election, the last general election took place. It wasn't. So the law has been there, but I wouldn't know in all sincerity if they had enacted that law as at the time Peter Simba vied for chairmanship. But beyond that, when he vied for chairmanship, I know that we had Enugu State Waste Management Authority, that's SWAMA, irrespective of the name they're answering there. Was he told to pay millions of naira when he vied for chairmanship? But one thing I can tell you comfortably this morning is that all these plans of theirs will not work. You can record me. Whoever ENSA, whoever, and I will advise whoever is allowing himself to be used by the current government to be very, 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 very careful, because when the music will start playing, the current governor may not be there to save you, because power is transient. There are many people who are once in power today that are being on the face of it intimidated, or better still, persecuted or prosecuted, in whichever context you look at it. Or they are being told to come forward to answer for their deeds. So that why some of us are not perturbed is that all these will not work out. If you like, make the feet 150 billion. I don't even know why they left that 150 million. They should have made it 150 billion. 150 million is too small. It should have been increased up to 150 billion or trillion. That will show us how serious they are. But rest assured that those who are destined to fail in the forthcoming election, they must fail. So they should stop. They should stop trying to deceive themselves. Whoever is behind this should stop trying to deceive him or herself. That is the reality. It changes nothing. What is bound to happen in this state must happen. And the positive side, the lesson to be learned from this is that our votes do count. Because as far as I'm concerned, whoever is behind this policy being sought to be implemented by ENSA is jittery. The person is afraid that he or she may lose if the person occupies any political position. We lose in the forthcoming election. So I'm encouraging the people to come out en masse in the forthcoming election and vote any candidate of their choice. So if you believe you have done well as a government, you should even allow people campaign. Now, let me make something clear at this juncture again. Beyond whoever has the legal rights to regulate, be the commercial business or political campaigns, there is an amount of money you may fix. It will sound rational on the face of it. For instance, you may say that all political parties should, let's say, make a deposit of 500,000 naira, refundable deposit, or even ₦1 million naira refundable deposit, subject to the fact that at the end of any given election period, they will be given a grace period of, let's say, 2 weeks to remove all posters within the territorial confines of the state. Failure of which they will forfeit that money.
Yes.
Secondly, if the money deposited is not enough for the government to remove, those posters, then the political party and candidates alike will be called upon, it will be an obligation for them to come forward to pay, subject to whatever claim they may have in law to say, no, the amount you deposited is enough, or we are not the ones behind this. But waiting up to tell us to pay 150 million naira, it will not work. Some days ago, I made it clear that if I'm going to run for an office in the forthcoming election, before my campaign kick off, I will write that answer. I will tell them, look at the day I'm going to kick off my campaign and see where I'm going to start from. So I want them to come there and come and see things for themselves. Because they are the branded shirts, they are the branded caps, they are the flyers, and it's these three branded shirts, branded face caps, and then flyers. I will have them in place. So answer should come there, so that maybe they can now carry into force that their law. So the law is very clear. So I will invite them formally for them to come and see things for themselves. As law-abiding citizens, the Electoral Act is there to guide us. So some of us are not willing and ready to be intimidated by whoever, because we have been keeping quiet in Enugu State for quite a long time. That's why some reckless policies are being made. People are being impoverished. Some people now believe that those who talk in a condescending manner, those who exhibit the highest echelon of arrogance, they believe they can wake up any morning in Enugu State and do it. I am from Enugu State. This is my state. This is our state. No private individual is above the state, no matter who you are, no matter how highly placed you are. Any position you believe you're occupying, some other persons have occupied that position in time past, and you still live there. So gone are the days when people are just here, we've been keeping quiet. Some persons now feel that maybe this state is their private fiefdom. No. This state belongs to us. In fact, if I should even go more direct, ENUGU Urban is my hometown. So I'm a native of ENUGU Urban. Yes, Maryland is my ancestral hometown. I'm a native of ENUGU Urban. So anybody, as an uncommon man, and I'm also an uncommon man like the governor. So it's not more uncommon man than I am. So anybody, whichever way you look at the argument, that nobody should insult us any longer in this state. This state belongs. It's our state.
If this matter decides to, like every other matters that the government has, we've seen the government, both federal and state government, flout what we assume is the law. I mean, we know this is the law, and then somehow they find a way to twist it and bend it to suit them. Now, in the case of this NSAS imposition, what if they decide to go ahead with it and make it fixed that every political party, now it's been announced that the presidential election and the governorship election would happen all and before February 6th, 2027. If they decide to go ahead with this, what are the legal implications if some party decides to sue them, or some parties are not able to, pay this amount? And also to just oppose that with the electoral reform that is on the ground. What are the legal grounds for suing both ENSA or the government as the cases?
In the first instance, I wouldn't even advise anybody to go to court. Some days ago, members of the opposition ADC in ENUGU are threatening to go to court. I don't know if they have gone.
Okay.
I have a different mindset over some issues these days. I don't go to court when the law is clear over an issue. Okay. I have told you the Electoral Act regulates the conduct of campaigns. So personally, I'm not going to any court. And there's no legal implication as far as I'm concerned, because if I'm going to run for an office, I have told you I'm going to campaign. Nobody will stop me from campaigning. And again, if you look at the current Nigerian constitution, it has empowered state governors to build prisons. So maybe any state government should go and build more prisons. That is just it. But I'm telling, say it openly, and I'll still say, I will campaign if I'm going to run for an office. And I will write answer, unless they change this policy. I will write my campaign is commencing on so and so day. From so and so day, please come there and see things for yourself. Also inform whoever sent you. So according to those who go to church, in the day of John the Baptist, where radical situations demand radical answer. So the law is very clear. Unless if you amend the Electoral Act and put it in the Electoral Act,
okay,
good and fine. But once it's not in the Electoral Act, if you wake up tomorrow, tell me that before I campaign, I should wash my face very well. That is a law made by ENUGU State House for Assembly. I will ignore you. So otherwise, they can wake up and so let them go and face their local government election. That's where they can do that. Where they normally declare their results, they declare everything. But whoever cares to listen, I will advise nobody should go to court. Not that I don't trust the judicial process. There's no need wasting time and energy going to court. When campaign starts, if others are scared, personally, they should build more prison. I am telling you that I will have my posters, yes, which I will give to my family members, my close associates, those who demand for it, to have posted in their premises. I will have my flyers. I will have my branded T-shirts. I will have my branded face caps. For billboard, I don't know that one because I will have to go and pay APCON. So even if I had the money for that, these other ones, I will tell ENSA they should come and see things for themselves. I'm giving them expo beforehand, so they should get ready. So radical situations demand radical answer. So that is not an issue. Believe me, it's not an issue. It's not this issue is not an issue at all. So whoever is preparing should go and get set in ENUGU State, because the next election is going to be very, very interesting. So this is the list of our warriors. President, some of us, what they are doing is the list of our warriors in ENUGU State. And I rest assured that even if they make it 150 billion, there are those who are willing to pay that money this time around in ENUGU State. So we even decide to say, okay, no problem. You say 150 million, we are giving you 200 million. We have the money.
Yes.
Take it. Like that, we campaign, and those who must lose, they must lose. In fact, this thing they are doing now is now making some of us who maybe they have wanted not to, who will now come out in full. Some people must lose next election in ENUGU State.
But they said the amount is open for negotiations, though. I mean, if you can't afford 150, I'm quoting the SSC. He said, "Oh, if you don't have the amount, you can come and negotiate, and then we'll find a level ground for you to play on. So I think they're just interested. I don't know. I think they're just, because the way he said it, one will think, okay, they are passionate about cleaning up, right? Because if not that you've mentioned that there are legal standings and all of that, I wouldn't have known. But he said the money is for cleanup, or if you've littered everywhere, who gets to clean it up? And he also said if you say you can't pay, it's fine. You can go to the media, right? Use the radio, use the television, use social media space. But campaigns are not done online. Campaigns are done physically. So there's also room for negotiations, if, according to him. So if persons are not willing to pay the 150, they can probably negotiate for 100 million.
I don't negotiate over my rights. I negotiate over what does not belong to me. So I don't know if I speak for myself. I speak for myself. So I'm not negotiating with anybody. If anybody wants to go and negotiate with ENSA, good and fine. I have two options. I either pay anyone decide I should pay and still do what I want to do if I'm speaking for myself as a member of the position. Or I say no, I know the law. So as I advise them to go and build more prisons. Because on my honor, by God's grace, I will write them. I've sued them before. I will write and say, my campaign is taking place. You are kick off from so and so place. Come there if you want to. As a law abiding, you see things for yourself. Mm-hmm. So it is when we start condoning certain things. Then we no. Not when you are on the right path. No, so anybody who wants to go and negotiate should go and do that. I'm submitting to you. If I'm negotiating, that means you are right.
Yeah.
I negotiate with you when you are doing the right thing. Not when you just wake up at your own whims and caprices. You now decide to fix money, 150 million in the name of cleaning up whatever. They should tell us how much Governor Peter Mba paid for cleaning up after he vied for chairmanship of Kano East Local Government Council. The answer should start from here. When he vied for chairmanship under ABGA, they should tell us how much the current governor paid for cleaning up on Kano East. In fact, if they don't show that, they start calculating the interest that should have accrued from that money since that time he ran for that chairmanship, he did, and pay from his personal coffers. Yes, that's what he's supposed to be. So some of these issues, some of us, we are not perturbed about. I don't know for others. Personally, I'm not perturbed. If whichever way you want to bring it up in this state, some of us are ready to answer you accordingly. Whichever way you want to go about it, they have the instrumentality of the state. They will not, and I advise you again, and I warn seriously for those who are listening, never you allow yourself to be used by anybody. I repeat, if you're in ENUGU state listening, never you allow yourself to be used by any political office holder. Because tomorrow is pregnant. They say that tomorrow is here. I'm saying that tomorrow is pregnant. You don't know who will win the next election. So that tomorrow you don't come out and start crying victimization or whatever. And any 1 naira entry into ENSA, they should ensure that their account is intact. They will render accounts of their stewardship, not establishment. Because I know that the immediate past ENSA chairman, if I'm right, there are allegations of corrupt enrichment against him, if I'm right. Unless it's the case of mistaken identity. So if they are even bringing themselves out the more. So those who, if you want yourself to be used, I advise you seriously. It's not a threat. It's an advice, a very firm advice. Because you don't know what will happen in this election. I am sure that some people must fail in ENUGU state in the next election. I am 100. It's a fact accomplished. It's a concluded matter. Whether those people are connected to the center or to the backyard or to the kitchen, wherever they are connected to, some people must fail in the next election. And they know they must fail, and that's why they are scared. And what must happen must happen. It's as good as that. So please, it is not an issue as far as I'm concerned. Election campaigns are yet to commence. When they lead down on campaigns, if I'm going to run, I don't know, I will come out and tell ENSA, yes, my campaign is so and so, you can come here and see things for yourself. Maybe from there, they will not take people to prisons from there. So it's not an issue. Nobody will dictate for us how to go about our activities. Nobody will dictate for us. Under the guise of lawmaking. There are many issues to be addressed in the state. The lawmakers are not addressing those issues. So if you think you want to make a law, a policy, to project the interest of whoever, or maybe to attack others, some of us will not control to that. Some of us will not even submit to you. We will not. I will not submit. I'm not going to any court. But today, I'm not going to any court over this issue in my capacity as a private individual. I am not, except I'm representing the claimant. If anybody wants to court and hire me as a lawyer, beautiful, I will represent the person. Personally, I am not filing any court action over this issue. And if I have political interest to contest, I will come out and I will contest and campaign.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Chinonso Ogwe. Thank you for joining us this morning. Hopefully, when campaign starts, we would see how things play out. And hopefully, like I always say, that the federal government or the state government adheres to the electoral laws and reforms, and, you know, all these their plots to extort, to favor a party will not surface. Thank you so much for your time, and do have yourself a wonderful day.
And you too. It's my pleasure.
All right. New Day continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Either on the way.
In a decisive show of unity, the Oji River Legislative Council has passed a vote of confidence in the chairman of the local government area, Greg Anyigbudike. The motion, which was moved by Harrison Okoro, was premised on what the lawmaker described as the chairman's visionary leadership, effective governance framework, and unwavering commitment to sustainable development across the council area.
Distinguished honorable colleagues, I, the councillor representing the good people of our ward, raised on the floor of this honorable house.
Seeing it. I have the opportunity to work with the Frank Udemes, the chairman of local government. I have seen what security is all about. I have seen what peace is all about. Now I can assure you that Ojiriva have that peace.
Ojiriva was like a dot, but today you see a lot of businessmen, technocrats are now coming to Ojiriva to invest. That is the power of our local government chairman. And all that security and everything. My colleagues have said everything. Today we can sleep with our eyes closed. Nobody is talking about all these, we are local government in the boundary. But we was able to find those security to make sure that we lived in peace in Ojiriva. That is remarkable.
The resolution now stands as a formal legislative acceptance of the chairman's mandate and a strong signal of institutional backing for the administration's policy direction in Oji River local government area. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is still New Day. So for our next conversation, we are discussing peace building in fragile communities and complex nations like Nigeria. What has rendered countries complex, fragile, peace, trying to build peace, trying to maintain order, and then in to hunger. But there's a main focus, there's a main, broader picture to build peace and renew reputation. So we're discussing this and how we can rebuild our structure, how we can rebuild peace, how we can even try to build peace in communities and complex nations like Nigeria. And we're joined by, I think, is this Retract, Mazi Oha Chukwujekwu. He's the IEP Peace Ambassador and Rotarian. I got that right. Retractor Mazi Oha Chukwujekwu. Good morning and thanks for joining me this morning.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's start off now. I mean, when I saw the topic, I'm wondering, when did Nigeria become a fragile community? All right, so in your own words, is Nigeria a fragile community so far with all that has happened? Do you consider Nigeria a fragile community?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all that has been happening in the country, the social unrest, look at what's happening in the north. Look at the situation in the southeast. Every area of the country is saddled with unrest. Every area of the country. So you will be right if you say that Nigeria is a fragile community. Yes.
So what are the key? Okay, now we've mentioned Nigeria, and then we have insecurity and all of that. What are the specific challenges so far that we've encountered in trying to build the peace in Nigeria?
Well, I think part of the main problem is a lack of infrastructure. You know, when you talk about peace, most of Nigerians talk about peace in the standpoint of negative peace. When you talk about, we all think that peace is when no one is fighting, when there is no shooting, when there is no protest. That's not peace. That's exactly the definition of negative peace. But when it comes to peace building in Nigeria, part of the problem is, one, I've already said, we are mostly looking at negative peace. Positive peace is the type of peace where the right infrastructures have been set in place for a country to run, even so that even in places when there are unrest, there are infrastructures that are already set up to mitigate these problems. But lack of infrastructure, like unemployment rate, negligence of some areas of the country, and a lot of things are contributing to the problems we have when it comes to peace building in Nigeria.
Are there factors that historical, cultural, and socioeconomic, what are the contributions historical, cultural, and socioeconomic factors play in rendering Nigeria fragile or in contributing the fragility of Nigerian communities?
Okay, I will think that when it comes to the socioeconomic thing that have played out to make Nigeria a fragile community is the fact that a lot of Nigerians have not accepted our differences. Oftentimes we talk about tolerance of other people's culture, differences, and all of that. But I don't think that's the discussion we should be having. We should have come to a place where we are talking about accepting those differences, understanding that an Igbo man cannot be the same thing with an Ikoro man, an Hausa man cannot be the same thing with a Yoruba man. So we've not accepted our differences yet. At the point when we accept our differences and understand that we are all coming from a different perspective and find common grounds for us to align as a nation to work out things that will benefit our people, and not talk about tribalism, talking about where is this leader coming from? Is he from my side? Should I support him? Is he my brother? And all of that. At the point where we move away from talking about tolerance to talking about acceptance, it will go a long way to improve peace building in the nation.
Now, we've had examples, sometimes in secondary schools, we have the cultural day, both in university, cultural day, where, like you already mentioned, one of the issues that we've had is we fail to understand our diversities in itself. In ways to build peace so far, how much progress would you say we have made, and what are those factors that we've introduced, or the things that we've done to improve this peace building program, and what are the challenges that communities or societies have faced in these processes?
Okay,
Using road tracks for example. I mean, I'm sure that there are programs, there are retreats, there are seminars that they conduct in a bid to build peace. So far, what are the limitations that road tracks has failed and the successes?
Okay, Rotary's work in peace building is one that is not something that started today. It's something that we've been working on, and we're still working on. So part of the things that Rotary have done when it comes to peace building, we have our peace societies in Nigeria. There are a lot of peace societies in the country. I'm beginning to find out there are so many of them that I do not even know about. But Rotary have partnered with the Institute of Economic and Peace to train young persons to become peace ambassadors, of which I'm one of them. Rotary have set off programs in peace building in different nations, Nigeria inclusive. And the Rotary have set up even peace cohorts where young persons are trained in the infrastructures and engagement and communication that can enable positive peace building in different nations. And currently, application for that cohort is ongoing. So Rotary, from its own end, is doing quite a lot to promote positive peace around the world, not just in Nigeria. Now, as a nation, I think that, let me take the NYC program as an example. It's I think part of the main aim is, I hope I'm correct, is to, build young Nigerians to understand our diversity, to communicate and interact with other culture that is not theirs. Because from the beginning, most Nigerians most youth after schools are sent to communities that they are not familiar with, so that they're able to interact with that culture. And in doing that, they begin to accept their differences. Most Nigerians even fall in love with the culture they are meeting, they've never met in the first place. But because this is our people, this is our way of life, we're able to easily adapt to that culture. And most of these cultures are actually welcoming. So if most Nigerians, do not accept other people's culture because we do not understand it, we've never interacted with that culture. So, we don't understand their way of life or the things or how they would understand things. So I think the NYSC program is one of the institutions that, if done properly, would have been one of the biggest ways to promote our diversity and promote differences in our religious and tribal acceptance as a people.
When we consider these peace building efforts, how do we tailor it to, address specific needs and context as it applies to specific people in Nigeria?
Specific needs, I would say, so how we tailor it to address specific needs and content of the people. I think, it's in us coming together as a people to find out what are those things, what are those ways. First of all, what are we not doing right? What are we getting wrong as a people? Are there things that we need to do more? Are there things we need to do better? Coming to the table to dialogue, coming as one to find out our differences, the complexity of our cultures. Are there things that can be done for these people that when you do the other place, it might not work out well? Like I said from the beginning, understanding our diversity and our differences and accepting it. That is one of the ways that, we can begin to even talk about addressing it and tailoring it to address various needs.
Okay, I want to stretch this a little further. Now, in ourselves as citizens, we want to be united, or oftentimes we think in ourselves we want to be united. I don't living with someone from the north or someone from the west. I relate. I have friends from these communities or these regions. But now we have the government factor where there are certain things that we expect them to do, because if we're being honest with ourselves, most of these conversations that we have stems from, a certain level that is not even our doing. Would we say that one of the things that has affected the growth of peace or the extent of peace building in Nigeria is the government factor on all levels?
Okay, well, part of the 8 pillars of positive peace is acceptance and also ensuring that every part of the society is carried along. You know, it's so in recent times we've seen that some part of the country is as if some part of the nation is favored more in government, as if some part is neglected.
Yes.
This is where you begin to talk about the government factor in this. If every part of the nation is not carried along in what happens in government, in decision making, some persons, in fact, that is the beginning of our problem as a nation. That these people think that they are not seen enough, they are not heard enough. People, the nation do not care, the government do not care about their affairs. Look at what's happening in the Niger Delta. Look at what has happened in the southeast with the IPOB. All these things are things that could have been mitigated should the government have been found a way to balance, ensure that the benefit of from government is balanced at all levels for all communities. You will see that people would not, there will be no need for a lot of agitations, because what has caused all these agitations is that people think these resources is not going to them. The resources is getting to a particular people more, and it is still happening. So these are systemic factors that needs to be addressed if we want to really build peace amongst our people.
Also, aside, we've mentioned one of the things that limits peace building efforts is historical, cultural, and socio-economic factors. Now, let's also consider these other factors: inequality, marginalization, which we've mentioned briefly. What are the efforts that we can put in place to, address these factors that would further enhance peace building? Because as much as we fail or we try to downplay, there is the inequality factor, there is the marginalization, which you've mentioned, there is the resource competition. Oh, some persons have it more, some parts are, whether it's their fault or not, because you can't say that the land's fertile more in the north, it's not their fault. But because of these things that they have and others don't have, there is this, disparity between it also affects relationships. So how do is there a way we can, balance these things, address these things to further build peace in the country?
Well, I think this question now, there are a lot of conferences and discussions that they've called, one of the time they will call for one confab and the rest, and most of the time they answer, they bring ideas on how these things can be handled. But most of the time, the government factor, again, they do not listen.
Okay.
They have all these conversations. People present the outcomes and they throw it away, and nobody does anything that comes out of those discussions. So I think we really need to go back to a lot of discussions we've had in the past. I think part of Nigerians' problems, part of the problems we are having now, if you look back, you will see that most of them have been addressed in the past. It is just the implementation of those ideas that have not been done. And it is not that the government cannot, implement these things. It is they are not willing to do it. That is why we keep running in circles. That is why we keep having conversations like this. A lot of nations have moved from this kind of conversations. They have moved past it a long time ago. So I think the government need to retrace their steps, find a way to ensure that everybody is represented at the decision tables. That way everybody has a voice. And they need to find a way to ensure that it is not just about those in the political class. It is not just about those at the helm of affairs in the nation. That the people are actually feeling the worth of the government. Because if this is not happening, whether we like it or not, there will be a lot more agitation, there will be a lot more unrest, protest, and so have you. When a lot of things go unchecked, when a lot of things go unspoken, when people are seeing, there's this thing that always happens in our nation, where we are seeing something that is happening, and they are saying these things are not happening, but you that as the citizens, people in the society, they are feeling it. But they are seeing that the government is saying these things are not there, and we are seeing that they are seeing that it is there. So, there's this thing it does to the people. It makes it look like the government does not care about them. So that is why I said when there is talking about positive peace, negative peace is talking about when nobody is talking. That is why I say, you rightly mentioned, Nigeria is a fragile country. So even in places where you believe that there is peace, even in places where you would think that everything is all right,
secure,
they are just a ticking time bomb. Let something just trigger them, and you are seeing something you would never have expected from these people. So there are a lot of things going wrong on different levels in our society that is not being addressed. People are the suffering and all of that. So thank you.
All right. Let's talk about the role of international bodies, right? And I'm for sure one is the UNESCO body, the ECOWAS body. These are international bodies that, foster peace, foster unity in countries and nations under them. When it comes to Nigeria, I wouldn't want to say that Nigeria has become a critical case, because it may or may not be worse. I think 2 weeks ago we were ranked 6th or 36th in the worst. So we are up, up the list. What are the contributions so far that has been made to enhance or foster peace building in our country, and what are the areas that you think they should further look into to help their business, if I put it that way? But you know what I'm saying, to further foster peace in Nigeria, what are the things they need to concentrate on more, aside the one that you're doing already?
Okay, I think they need to interact with the grassroots more, because what happens most of the time is that you see others, there are conferences, it happens in rooms
Cities
that are in big cities, in rooms that are well decorated. They bring the same people, the same big shops that the people are complaining about, they bring them to rooms, they hear from them and not from the people. So they have conversations with them, they go away, and they give their reports, oh, everything is all right. What would they expect that these guys are going to speak to them about? They're going to open them out and say that their communities are not safe? That's not possible. So they need to interact with the grassroots more. They need to speak with the people who are feeling this unrest. They need to go into these communities. I know they are trying, they are doing quite a lot. But most of the time, the reports that come out of them do not fully represent the realities of the people who are in our communities. So they need to do better with interacting with the grassroots. I think that is one thing they need to improve on. Interact with the people themselves. Speak to community leaders. I don't mean community leaders like politicians in offices. I mean people who are in those communities, get their pains and all of that. We are seeing that most of the time when some international organizations get involved in what's happening in our societies, the government seems to wake up and do something about those things. So they might as well go into communities, travel to, if they say there are things that are happening in different places, don't just come to the state and visit the state governors, visit the leaders of the city and shake hands with them, take pictures and say you've done something. That's the facade, that's a lie. So they need to interact with the grassroots more.
Speaking of interaction, now what happens when structures that has been put in place to foster peace fails, referring to the NYC? Now, we know that NYC was set up, to the best of my knowledge, NYC is the only program that is set up in a way that you get to interact with people from all cultures, all states, depending on where you're posted to. But with the current situation of things in Nigeria, and people no longer want to travel to the north or to the west from where they are because of fear of being kidnapped, and then recently we're hearing breakouts of diseases in camps, and nobody wants to, the true essence of NYSC is being lost. Are there other systems that have been set up like NYSC? And also about NYSC, what do we do to revive the original culture of the program?
Well, about other systems that have been set up, I currently can't remember any that is quite like it. I think it is about the only practical thing that exists where other Nigerians would have to interact with people from different cultures and understand or get to know about how they live their life. NYC is about the only thing that exists that I know of. Yeah, but then if there are other things that can be, how can NYC be revived? Well, you already mentioned that we need to, the government needs to do better with the security situations in our nation, because since if you look at the trajectory of the NYC, you see that since the others security scares and situations started in various parts of the nation, that is when the interest and the value of the NYC system began to decline. Because more and more young persons, I for one would not want to go to a state or travel to a place where my life might be at risk. Yeah, but also knowing that at the point where you need the government to come to your rescue, they are more, most of the time they might not be there or might come when it's already late. So the security infrastructure in the country needs to be upgraded. They really need to do better. They need to do better because people don't even feel safe in most of their own cities, and it's bad enough, and you want them to go to another state where they're already seeing all the unrest. Nobody would want that. Nobody wants to put his or her life at risk, no matter what it is. You get. So I think the government needs to do better with improving the security infrastructure in our country. That way we can begin to see people want to travel out more. Actually, before now, most Nigerians, most young persons were excited. Most people were excited about going for the NYC. Most people wanted to travel to different places to experience the culture because they've heard the stories from people that have traveled to these places. So they were eager, but when all the whole security stuff started, when people are no longer safe, when all these kidnaps and we had, it's not just the security situation. What about our roads? A lot of times people traveling to different parts of the country experience a lot of challenges. So the government needs to do better. They needs to fix a whole lot of things for us to revive the value. I don't think the system itself, the NYC structure itself, is broken. I think it is the things around the nation that has affected the value of the NYC system. Yes.
So let's talk about technology, innovation, AI, the works. How do we leverage these elements in building peace in Nigeria? I mean, I would say, so far, the WhatsApp, the Facebook, the Instagram, you get to interact with people. But I'm guessing that there could be another way, or there could be some sort of, aside just the chat, to create more interaction with people that are not just persons that to help foster. So are there other ways we could
leverage on technology and innovations such as this to help foster peace?
Yeah, we can do better with the way information circulates in the nation. How
Yes.
people see the things that are happening around. Most of the time, misinformation have done quite a lot in towards the decline of peace in our nation. People share whatever they want. People share things whether it is true or not. So I think first that we need to educate our people when it comes to how they handle the information, because when people share stuff without verification, it affects a lot of things. A news comes up. There are things I can't begin to say, but a news comes up and you just see it, you are sharing it. A lot of time people have shared informations with me and I look at them, first looking at them, you just know that these things they are not true, they are false. And some other persons have shared it in different groups and all of that, and people are reacting to that thing without verification. So I think they need to find ways to mitigate these things. People should not be able to cook whatever they want and start posting it out, and people, most of our people, when it comes to how they understand information, are still fragile. They're still at a great at a great extent uninformed, and how they can know whether information is false, it is true, something that should share out or not. So we as a people need to do better with those areas, because when something comes to you and you're seeing that this thing might cause unrest among the people, we should do better to understand that these things are not what we should share. So we need to manage our communication better, and the government also needs to work more on giving the, because if the people does not trust the information coming from the government, that is how it is easy for them to trust something just anybody throws at them. So the government needs to build trust in communication. We need to see, most of the time, there is this thing that happens in Nigeria where an average Nigerian will tell you that if there is an accident, a bomb blast, or anything, and the government says 50 people were involved, just multiply that number by 10, because they must have undercut the numbers. And I'm not saying that's true, but it has become a norm, and
Yes.
there has to be something behind it. So, for people to have believed it, a lot of us believe that that's the case most of the time. So people have seen it happen. So the government needs to do better with how they pass information, be sincere with the people. That way we can trust that whatsoever they are saying, that has to be correct. So if something does not come from the right channels, it's easy to trust that that information can be wrong, because it did not come from the right channel. But when it comes from the right channel, you cannot know, you cannot feel relaxed that, oh, they're saying the truth. But when the government constantly, almost all the time, says, what's not right about a particular situation, it makes it harder to tell somebody to believe what the news coming from them is saying.
Now we've mentioned the efforts government ought to play, international bodies. Let's talk about traditional leaders, religious leaders, and educational institutions, because you've said earlier that most of these international bodies ought to go down to the communities, the grassroots, and at those grassroots we also have traditional leaders. So what are the efforts, or what are the contributions they ought to make that probably they're not making? Why I included education is another place, schools, institutions are another place where you meet people before you even come out to the world, before you talk about workplaces and all of that. Schools are where you meet people, churches are where you meet people, in your communities are where you interact with people, even with people from your own communities, because as much as we're talking about we're also referring to intra, in your own community, in your own vicinity. So what are the ways these leaders and institutions ought to contribute to peace building?
Well, I think the first thing is every leader would in the grassroots, the traditional leaders, the PGs, every one of them, the teachers, they themselves have to become peace ambassadors. They need to be trained in the way that they understand, the properties of positive peace and know how to promote it. Because if they don't know what to do or how to do it, then we can't even begin to talk about how they can contribute or what they can do better because they don't have the knowledge. So they need to first have the knowledge. So I think that if it is possible, I think this is part of what these organizations we already mentioned can do for them to go to, they organize all these conferences, spend all this money in cities. Why not as well take all those money, go to the communities, train the Igwes, the PGs, train the teachers to become peace ambassadors themselves. That way, when the teachers, they get to teach the kids themselves how to become peace ambassadors. In school, we are seeing that these things are practiced, that the students are becoming better, are promoting peace within the school. Becoming better managers of informations, that the Igwe understands that, because sometimes even these informations that are false are shared by some of these traditional leaders. So when they are shared by them, their people are definitely going to believe it. And it's because they don't know better. So they need to know better. They need to be trained. They will need to they need to be informed. So I think that's the first thing that needs to be done. And I think this is where the international organization, this is something they can actually do to help.
Let's briefly, because we are almost running out of time, the 2027 electoral reforms and bill in the coming election, I know the protests that has preceded these moments. Would you say that peace building, in reference to this, peace building is often considered lowest on the list when it comes to affairs in Nigeria? Because if we look at it critically, these electoral laws somehow affect or largely affect the citizens. And elections, football, these are little things that bring people together. So is it safe to say that we've established the federal government and them being key players in the reduction of peace fostering in Nigeria? In these elections that preceded, do we see Nigerians or the Nigerian government still clamping down on the peace of Nigerians? Just before we round up.
I think part of what's going on is most of the time these laws are made without the people without the Nigerians in the mind of these lawmakers. Because, if we are talking about part of the considerations for these laws being made is the safety of the voters. If the safety of the voters was in mind when these laws were being made, it would have been easier for them to have, form the law in a way it will serve the people. But because most of the time when these laws are being made, they don't have the people in the mind. It's all about them and how to protect whatever interest it is they have. It's about those in office. It's never about the people. So if was about the people, then it would be easy for them to understand that electronic transmission of vote will make it easy for voters to be safe. That way, people, there will be no vote buying, there might still be some irregularities, but the issue of ballot snatching and all of that would have been solved. Why? Because it will not make it harder for elections to be rigged. It is in the process of rigging elections that a lot of irregularities begin to happen. There are protests, people lose their life. Somebody is trying to snatch the ballot box. A lot of things begin to happen, and it becomes unsafe. And that election automatically becomes something that is not peaceful. So if these laws are not made with the safety of the average Nigerian in mind, it is always how it's serving the purpose of some persons and other persons that are not the average Nigerians.
All right, thank you so much. That's all the time we can take this morning. Thank you for joining me this morning, Retractor Mazi Oha, and do have yourself a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
All right, this is still New Day, and coming up shortly is our retrospect. Retrospect is where we bring to you highlights of conversations we've had in the course of the week from Monday through to Friday. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian exchange closed Thursday with 868.48 million shares traded in 69,203 deals worth 31.46 billion naira, as market capitalization stood at 124.2 trillion naira. Compared with Wednesday, volume fell 37%, turnover dropped 31%, and deals declined 1%. Out of 130 listed equities, 30 gained while 38 declined. FTN Cocoa Processors led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 6 naira 5 kobo per share from an opening price at 5 naira 50 kobo per share, followed by RT Briscoe, which gained with 9.95% to close at 11 naira 38 kobo per share, while Deep Capital Management and Trust gained with 9.92% to close at 6 naira 98 kobo per share, and Japol Gold and Ventures wrapped up Thursday's trading session with 9.91% to close at 3 naira 77 kobo per share. On the losing side, Jais Bank came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.98% at 12 naira 63 kobo per share from an opening price at 14 naira 3 kobo per share, followed by Ikeja Hotel, which declined with 9.9% to close at 37 naira 75 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index dipped 802.39 points to close at 193,567.87. However, the Naira traded mixed but relatively stable on Thursday, February 26, 2026, as liquidity conditions remained moderate across both segments of the foreign exchange markets. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the currency exchanged at around 1,352 naira to 1,357 naira per US dollar, with the official rate closing near 1,355 naira per dollar, reflecting slight depreciation compared to earlier in the week. In the parallel market, the Naira traded at approximately 1,385 naira to 1,395 naira per dollar in major hubs such as Lagos and Abuja, maintaining a premium over the official window amid sustained retail demand. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Adima reporting for Signature TV News.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Special Committee on Campaign Against Social Vices in Secondary and Tertiary Institutions is a structured federal effort to promote discipline, run sensitization campaigns, make policy recommendations, and coordinate with schools, security agencies, and state authorities. Receiving the group in his office Wajabia Lamila expressed confidence in the integrity and capacity of the committee, noting that its designation as a special committee underscores the gravity of its assignment, which focuses on the moral well-being and character development of young Nigerians. He warned that rising social vices among youths have become a growing national concern, stressing that while young people are often described as the nation's future, deliberate and coordinated action is required to secure that future. The Chief of Staff, who noted that the federal government's ongoing reforms are forward-looking and targeted at empowering the young generation, cautioned that failure to properly guide and support youths could undermine the long-term gains of such reforms.
We cannot sit back and expect this country to grow or develop if you do not start from the foundation, which is the young ones. Government has so many policies or so many reforms that this administration has empowered.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, on our retrospect, starting off on Monday, we discussed with Barrister Haya King, peace return to Rivers State, at what cost? That was the first conversation. And we also had Ominimi Obwevwebi discussing Nigeria's Seaport Administration and other issues. Let's hear what they had to say.
This we have experienced in the past 2 years. So I think this time they have actually reconciled for them to come up here and say they have actually halted it, and going forward they are going to be working together. So we believe that it is true. We are no longer going to hear anything again. I personally believe that they will not be able to, they will not come back, they will not take us back to where we are coming from, because this year is an electioneering year. It's a year where they have to collect their tickets, and if they continue to fight, they will not be able to collect their tickets. So this year, the House of Assembly members need their ticket, the governor needs his ticket, so they need to work together to be able to have these tickets. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very bad for both parties. So I think this last one, they will work together going forward, knowing that their tickets is at stake, individually and collectively. Their tickets are at stake, so they will have to work together. I believe that this settlement is going to be the last settlement and is going to really work. That's my belief as a person, because they will not need a divided attention. Divided attention in terms of looking for their ticket, electioneering, campaign, and all that. So I don't think they need those the distraction. If they continue to fight, that means it's going to be a very big distraction for both of them. So working together will be in their best interest.
All right, Barrister Hayakin, you had just mentioned that, of course, it has been resolved. But looking at the way this situation was resolved, a meeting held at the Aso Rock, and of course, suddenly things are being restored back to how it was. Does this restoration of peace in Rivers State truly resolve, the grassroots causes of the political crisis? Or, this is just merely sweeping under the carpet situation?
Come again, I didn't get the first, I got the last part of the question, but the first sentences, I didn't get them. So please, can you come back again?
All right, looking at how the situation of how things were resolved in Rivers State, the impeachment process was already, kick-starting before the meeting at the Aso Rock. Would you really say that peace has really been restored in Rivers State, or it was just as a mere result of the meeting that happened in Aso Rock, and that's why we have, some of the issues swept under the carpet?
It's not as a result of the meeting at the Aso Rock. If you remember, we have had such meeting last year. I think we had one of that meeting in 2024. We had it last year. Issues were never resolved. It is not this issue, this meeting that they had in Aso Rock in 2026 that resolved the issue. I've just told you in my opening sentence what resolved the issue. What resolves the issues is that they are going into elections. Every one of them needs to return to the House of Assembly, return as governor. They need their ticket, so they don't need this distraction. This fighting is a distraction because if they continue to fight, they won't be able to get their ticket. They won't be able to campaign. So it is not the Aso Rock intervention, because Aso Rock, this is the third time or fourth that the Aso Rock is intervening. So it's not Aso Rock intervention. It is because of their personal interest that is now at stake that is making them to say, okay, let us keep everything. But peace has returned. No, peace has not returned. I don't think they have returned. Peace has actually returned in terms of peace returning. It's just because they want to go into election year and they need to be clear, they need to be stable, they need to be focused, they need to pay attention to getting back into their offices, their elected positions. That's actually why you see them pretend as if peace has actually returned. For me, there was once one of the big politicians, before I think 2018 or 2019, the committee was set up, and I suddenly find my name there, and they said we are going to do go for peace to reconcile all the warring parties. So I went to one of them, one of the big ones, a former senator, a former this, a former that, all those guys, governorship aspirants and all that. So when I met him, I said, Honorable, why don't you people resolve this issue? Why don't you do this? You know what he told me? He told me that if somebody you have been very close to, I asked me a question. He said, if you have been very close to somebody, the person goes into your room, knows everywhere in your room, you share everything, both the good things and the bad things. The only thing you don't share is your wife, but I don't even know whether I shared my wife behind me. But openly, we didn't share our wife, but we shared every other thing. We did every other thing, good things and bad things. And when both of you become strange, that's a result of going to another party, and this other person uses everything you did in secret to say in the public, abuse you and do all manner of things. And they asked me, Higher King, if you reconcile, will you allow that person to come into your bedroom again? I couldn't answer that question. So if you reconcile, will you allow that person, with that relationship be the way it was, go into your bedroom, share everything, both good and bad again? There are things you no longer share with that person at that point. I said, but at least you have made peace. So that peace is not real peace, because you cannot be the way you were before. That is my answer. You cannot be, even if they have reconciled, Wike and Singh and the House of Assembly members who jumped into the fight will not be the same. They have reconciled, yes, but they will never be the same the way they were before 2023 election. Going forward, everybody at this time must be very careful with the other. You must not discuss, do everything you did before together. It's very, very difficult. That's what the politician told me. I agree with him. It will be difficult for the relationship to get to where it was before. It's like husband and wife.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Very much for having me. Of course, what Nigeria government is doing against the people of Niger Delta is very unfair. Some of these seaports, for example, Surplus Seaport, was established in the year 1891 to 1894, and it serves as an economic hub for exportation of rubber, of timber, of palm produce. And that seaport should be very viable in this 21st century. But the federal government has concentrated efforts only in Lagos Airport, thereby denying the people of Niger Delta economic benefits arising from these seaports in Niger Delta. Cocoa Seaport is moribund, Surplus Seaport is moribund. In fact, Warri Seaport, that is so modern, is also abandoned. And the ports in Calabar, the ports in Port Harcourt are not also used, concentrating all economic activity with regards to importation and exportation of goods to Lagos, thereby making Lagos jam-packed. The government of Nigeria is being appealed to by Pandef to consider the people of Niger Delta. They took their this have been killed deliberately by officials of the federal government. It is unfair. Only the seaports in Niger Delta would have given employment to our sons and daughters to the tune of at least 50,000 people, employees. But today, it's as if we're not part of the country. We are only relevant when it comes to extraction of our oil and gas. Meanwhile, the resources we have from other parts of this country, such as gold, such as lithium, such as tea, are not put on the table for states of the Niger Delta to benefit from. Every 4 weeks, commissioners of finance and even governors converge at Abuja. They meet at FAC to share the resources coming from oil and gas. The number of bridges you have in Abuja alone is more than the number of bridges you have in the 6 states of the South-South geopolitical zone. So, the unity that is there in our emblem, the equity that is there, it is not being practiced. We Pandef, the leadership of the people of Niger Delta, is calling on the federal government to reactivate the Sapele port, reactivate the Cocoa port, the Burutu port, the Port Harcourt port, and the Calabar Deep Sea port, and the Warri port, so that the activities of this region can boom. People say injustice to one is injustice to all. Thank you.
All right, Chief. You just mentioned a number of ports that are moribund at this point. What structural challenges is hindering, the optimal function of most of these seaports? And, what exactly do you think that we are doing wrongly in order to congest the Lagos ports?
In fact, the problem is political willpower. The lack of the political willpower. In fact, the Calabar Deep Sea port, the Warri port, the Sapele port, once they are reactivated, once they are open for operation, it will decongest the Lagos seaport, because everybody now imports goods to Lagos. And you can see the problem is creating for Lagos. In fact, the politics of some region, by concentrating all economic powers in Lagos, is unfair. We are saying once Sapele Seaport is open, the Warri Seaport is open, Calabar, Port Harcourt are open, it will decongest Lagos. Of course, you can also see that for political reasons, all the oil operating company, exploration company, they have their head office in Lagos, different from the area where they operate. Every morning, they put their people on a helicopter to their operational base, and they pay tax to Lagos. This is political maneuvering. We, the people of the South-South geopolitical zone, the Niger Delta, are being maneuvered because even the oil we have, the workers, they pay tax to Lagos. We called on the federal government during the time of President Buhari to appeal to him that let this company relocate their headquarters to area where they operate. And the federal government, under the leadership of Osinbajo when he was acting president, but till today, no company has moved its headquarters to the area where they operate. Be it
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on Tuesday, we discussed saying peace returns to Rivers State at what cost. But we had Asim Adams for that conversation. And also Reverend Ike Chukwuebono, we discussed whose interests do National Assembly NAS members in Nigeria protect. Let's take a listen.
To hear what is happening, how they resolve these issues. So finally on this issue, I don't think there's no peace. I think there's plenty of peace while this truce is going on. A peace deal has not been reached, in my opinion.
This whole gathering happened at the we had the federal intervention. That's the President Tinubu had intervened in this particular situation. So would you say this interference strengthened or weakened the political structure of Rivers State?
The point is the intervention of the president is neither here nor there. I define it as neither here nor there. Why I'm saying this is that, number one, his intervention does not have the legal imprimatur. That is, parties cannot go to court, for instance, to enforce the agreement or resolutions reached for the peace brokered by the president. So if there is no legal binding, the parties are floating. Because if there were legal bindings, by now, one of the parties would have gone to court to seek for specific performance. But in this case, the president, intervention has no legal binding. It's just mere political, intervention, political. And anything that is political is at the whims and caprices of parties, involved in that political agreement. And if, for instance, a party disobeys or reneges and does not conform or execute any of the resolutions agreed, the president cannot go to court. The other party cannot go to court and say, you must do that. That was what was agreed. So what will the president do if party A decides to say, no, I'm not going to, agree to whatever has the case may be? The president cannot do anything. For me, the president, in my own case, worsened the situation. Worsened the situation in the sense that, you see, democracy should be, if we are pursuing democracy, we should allow it to thrive. There was an impeachment notice that was served on the governor. And before the intervention of the president, the matters were in court. There was an order from an Obibo High Court, which was appealed by the other party, the legislative arm. I was interested in what of the Court of Appeal, would have, said in that matter if they delivered their judgment. That would have, helped democracy. That would have helped legal jurisprudence. For instance, can the court, in spite of the outside clause that is in the Constitution, can the court assume jurisdiction to entertain matters that pertain to impeachment or removal of the governor when the Constitution says that no court should interfere or intervene in the proceedings of removal or impeachment? I know that a court has made a decision, but I wanted to know exactly what the Court of Appeal would have, said on that matter. That's number one. Number two is that if it is true that there's outside clause, can the court justifiably stop the chief judge of a state from performing its constitutional duties specifically assigned to it by the Constitution. Will that not be infringing on Section 1 of the 1999 Constitution? These are areas where the court to adjudicate upon. But the president's intervention has torpedoed this. And made it very difficult, generally speaking.
There's actually no peace in River State, particularly when it comes to the political aspect of it, and instead it's more of a truce. So now we've seen that there have been, previous times where a truce has been reached, and we still come back to a situation of unrest and turmoil among the political figures in River State. And you've also mentioned, the dismissal of the commissioners in River State by the governor. So we see that there is also a breakdown in the political system in River State. Now, looking at these things, what would you say are currently the implications of what is going on the future of River State politically? And, how sure are we that this truce, like you call it, how sure are we that it is something that would last at least up until the next election, and we will not have a situation where we go back to having rifts and quarrels and disagreements among the political figures?
The point is the effect of these truths on governance in River State, in my opinion, are cataclysmic. That is more or less like a disaster. Are you aware that there is no budget right now in River State because the former budget has not been presented to the House of Assembly of River State? Covertly or overtly, the budget affects economic life of the state. There is palpable unemployment also in the state. The budget would have taken care of all those things, but it's like a guide for governance and governor. But right now, everything is in a state of pandemic. Now, unemployment, education is in comatose, infrastructural development is non-existent. The health security has died completely. So we need a retreat. And this is not happening. Now let me tell you something. That if the matter had been allowed to be determined by the court, none of these lethargic situations would have been present. Actions would have been taken immediately because the court order or court judgment would have been obeyed and implemented immediately. The legislature, the executive, I don't know the last time they had their state executive council meeting. And without the executive holding state executive council meetings, how then does it have a roadmap to govern the state? So in other words, what we have in River State is cut and nail, kind of a governance. I don't want to use the harsh word to say a dictatorial, governance, because all powers are in the hands of the governor. Unilaterally, he acts. He can decide to do whatever he likes, as the case may be, because there's no check and balance. So it's a very terrible and horrible situation. Like I said, there's a very fact that it is the grass that will suffer. I said that there are no grasses anymore in River State. It is not the grass. In fact, the grass has been.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's a rape on democracy.
and a kind of criminality, crime done to Nigerians. That is the worst thing that can be seen being done by a National Assembly of any nation in this age and generation. Because it is obvious that they know what they are doing, and it is just a way of depriving the common man of that singular right of franchise to cast his vote, and the vote will count. So we don't have democracy in Nigeria. That's all it's showing us. Because there have been no more rigging. So this is the only way to prevent rigging, at least 60%. So Nigerians will have the assurance that their votes are counted. That singular thing they will do for the common man. So they're not giving us light as they promised. They're not giving roads, not security. People are dying like chicken every day. A pastor under me was killed a few days ago, just 3 days ago, by Fulani headmen in ENUGU State. Not in Sokoto, not in Borno, not in Kebbi, in ENUGU State. They killed him returning from his town into a Yoruba town. They caught him, they kidnapped him, took him to the forest and slaughtered him. A young man with 3 children, the oldest among his children will be about 8 years old. Now, all of them with a wife, young family, and now littered like that. Killed the man for nothing, shot into death. In our own land, a pastor, an Anglican pastor. His name is Batu Onye, from a local friend on here. That's not the first time. They killed their own father somewhere around the circle. In Hamufu, people are staying out of their homes in IDP camp, crying because of the menace of Fulani headmen. Not only in Enugu, it is also happening in Anambra State. It happens in Imo State. It's everywhere around Nigeria. So we don't have security that is settled, that the common man is depending on God to walk out and go to anywhere you're going and return back home in a day. Now, the police is not helping matters. Even when they were able to arrest some of the Fulani headmen and took them to police, the next time they went there, they have been released because the call came from, they call it from the top, whatever. So that is settled. We don't have lights, 24 hours light. The government have not done anything regarding that. Now they have also introduced a new tax law, which is geared towards devastating the common man also. Now, all of these things, there's no school, no university in Nigeria. All that we have in Nigeria are glorified secondary schools. No university anywhere, except the few private universities that are now coming up. Now, if you leave that also and move into the governance itself, you see that the policies are mess. That's why the economy is harsh on the people. But this one thing the common man is asking, give us the right to cast our votes. Let our votes count. You couldn't secure us. You couldn't give us light. We don't have free education. We don't have scholarship like you have in other countries that have oil. And all of these resources we have in Nigeria. We don't even have a good, viable business atmosphere. The country is broken into tribal lines and boundaries, broken into ethnocentric lines and boundaries, religious lines and boundaries. But the only thing the common man is asking of National Assembly, Senate House, and the House of Reps, the only thing we're asking of the presidency and the executive, the 30 years of government of Nigeria, give us rights to cast our votes. This is the smallest thing you can do. This one will cost you no money. It requires no nothing. And budget have been made and the spending.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on Wednesday, we had a conversation with Honorable Basi Ekefe discussing peace returns to Rivers State at what cost, and also X-ray Nigeria's democracy growth, FCT 2026 local government area elections. Let's take a listen.
That's what we've been doing. We've been doing some of limitations and everything. And that's the work we have to be doing because they are the umbrella organization of Niger Delta. Thank you.
Honorable Bassi. All right then. So in what specific ways did this particular the whole situation in River State, how did it really affect the people of River State economically?
Yeah, it did, because there was no project done. The project started by His Excellency Fura was stalled, and it wasn't continued until he came back. And so we had how many months of that? No job, no continuity. The whole state was just like that. It affected a lot of things. Unfortunately, there was peace, and there was no rancor. And we are happy that everything is sorted out. And I think we agree, because we met with him just on Monday. We met with His Excellency Kubra, and we could see peace all around him. He was smiling all through. And I think this will be peace. The two of them, the two sides will maintain this peace. And then the projects that have been started, commenced, and be completed, thereby improving the economic situation of the people of River State. Thank you.
All right, so what about, the federal government's involvement in this, in restoring peace in the state? So far, what is your assessment, or what is your opinion on how the federal government has intervened and how effective their intervention has been so far?
To be candid, everything was around the federal government. Federal government started it, and they had to end it up. I'm happy they ended up peacefully, and then Mr. President brought the two of them. We don't know what the agreement is, so for whatever the agreement, we pray that the peace continues.
All right then. So did this particular political standoff weaken the public trust in democratic institutions within River State?
I didn't get you, please. Can you do that again?
Did this political standoff, the issue that happened in River State, did this really weaken, the democratic institution, the trust, the public trust that the people have within the states?
It did somehow, because we're democratically elected institutions in River State. You just be suspended like that. It was overwhelmed. And we didn't like it as well, because we were on peace mission when this thing was announced. And we didn't like it too. It really affected democracy. You can see River State. You don't even know which party is in River State. And they don't know who is where. So there's a lot of confusion in River State. It's a replica of what is happening in the country. And we pray that before the election, all these things could be sorted out. And people will have confidence in our democracy and go out to vote.
All right, so let's look at PANDEF and PANDEF's involvement in River State and the crisis that has lingered on. What do you believe are the broader risks to regional stability that PANDEF feels needs to be looked into? Can you hear me?
I hear you again.
Honorable Bassi, are you with me? Can you hear me clearly?
It cut off. I'm hearing you now. Yeah.
All right. So I'm asking about PANDEF and PANDEF's involvement in ensuring stability and peace in River State, and what do you believe are the broader risks, particularly to the region and regional stability, that PANDEF seeks to curb or to control, so as not to escalate? What are those things that PANDEF feels the need to intervene in River State?
Yeah, like I earlier mentioned, we were involved right before the emergency, and after the emergency rule has been removed. We were involved. We set up teams to continue to mediate with them. And we are on the alert to see if there's any problem. Right now, I will feel there's peace, but in case of any other problem, I think we will stop in as well. We've been doing that not only in Rivers, we've been doing that all around. Like I told you, we are forming a team to intervene between Akwa Ibom State and Cross River State because of the oil well problem, Wahala. So we are always alert to do what is needful in terms of securing peace and stability in our region.
All right, Honorable, could the crisis have been prevented in a different way, through stronger internal party conflict resolution methods?
Yeah, I told you that we were on the verge of getting a solution when the emergency rule came up. So the best we can do is to always mediate between two people, and whatever we can do, we do, and whatever resolution we can get, we get. We have tried our best. Luckily, there's peace, and there's peace. The political situation is hope which will return because. Like the last by-election, there are some units. I'm told that nobody came out to vote, and that has to be stopped because there's no confidence in the political situation in that place. So we need to do more to make sure that even the parties come back. The ruling parties should allow parties to come on and have the opposition because that is the beauty of democracy. You must have opposition and make people believe in you. Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And then you have political actors, key political actors, like FCT minister telling people in APC that they should just go vote and leave the rest for him. That's a premonition. He was telling them that look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to manipulate it for you. And then people, what do you expect people to do? To go and waste their time. And then you also see that the AEDC, Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, came that day, the day before, on the eve of the election, to announce that they're going to do maintenance. When we have been talking about live transmission of results, and to have a live transmission of results, you not only need the telcos, you also need AEDC. But these other guys came to say they are going to do maintenance. You know, one thing is, if you want to compare telecommunication and electricity, you see that they work together. But when the organizer of one says, I'm going to do repair, amongst all the days, it was that day. It was only when people criticized it, a lot of people were kicking against it, accusing them of plotting to rig the election, that they said they were postponing it. But the thing that the election was compromised, and you see how it went. When you see all those results flying up and down, and you see mutilated result sheets, that means it discourages people. People say, we said it. Because what the APC is doing, they think they had their way. They have used the might to have their way, forgetting that they are laying landmines for the general elections of 2027. Because Tinubu would think he's being the president, that APC would think that they are being smart, but they're overdoing things. They think they're being smart, and they're doing this kind of shambolic elections. And then that day, in 2027, there will be anarchy. None of the elections will be able to be concluded. And they will try to force themselves on the people, and people will resist it. And there will be complete anarchy, and they will lose it. And then they will attract international attention, coming to mediate. Then they would have lost it. I don't know why Democrats, so-called Democrats, are afraid of transparency. So, our democracy has burgeoned or transmogrified from what it used to be to what it shouldn't be. We have democracy without democratic culture. We have politicians who feel because they have the upper hand today that they must vanquish the opposition. But life never goes that way. The history of Nigeria, look at the politics of Nigeria. This era will not, I repeat it, will not should not behave as if Nigeria never have a pattern or a history. Because people who ignore history will have to repeat it. There are a lot of fallers from that election which must be addressed. And that INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission, has proven to be an umpire that cannot be trusted. How can you have a regulator who cannot be trusted? Even with a new leadership, nothing changed. Rather, we have a degeneration from what we are afraid of to our worst nightmares.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Approving or appraising Nigeria's current international relations profile was our first conversation on Thursday with Anderson Madudike. And also we discussed, are the Igbos truly marginalized in national issues as the His Royal Highness Igwe Agubuzo of Olo community fold President Tinubu. This conversation was had with Ugochukwu Ugweje. Let's hear what they had to say.
So in what ways has Nigeria's domestic, economic and security situation shaped its credibility and also the bargaining power they have in international diplomacy?
I wouldn't say it shaped it negatively. Every country has its own problems it's grappling with. And thank God for what our president and our leaders are doing now, these insecurity challenges are coming down. And on the other country, there's insecurity challenges. The important thing is that we are making very robust and conscious effort to tackle head-on all these distractions that are avoidable. And I'm sure very soon we'll get over them. There's insecurity challenges in everywhere. I don't want to start mentioning countries. So Nigeria is not living in isolation. Then that's that.
Okay, but how can Nigeria better improve, the situation that we have? Because, in as much as this thing is happening in other countries as well, everyone is also looking at how to make their country better, how to improve, how to cover the gaps, and, just improve generally. So how do you think in Nigeria's own situation we can do that and make it better?
Present policy of the federal government, I think, is very apt. Remember, a few days, I don't know if you heard, Mr. President said he's going to transfer policing to state governors. That's part of it. We have a forest guide. We are creating awareness. So, like I said, every situation is transcend. We are in transition. We are making efforts. Of course, the safety, like I referred, when I was growing up in the 70s, everywhere was secured. We are going back to that era where places, there are security everywhere. And I don't want to mention, there's one of these European countries, when I was serving there, you thought there's criminality everywhere. By 10 p.m. or so, I was outside. People tried to attack me even as an ambassador. So I don't want to mention the country. So there's insecurity everywhere, peculiar to every country. So the efforts our present government is doing is quite commendable. It's only that we have to, should be sustained and more efforts put there. Otherwise, we'll get it right by the grace of God.
All right. So how has Nigeria's engagement in the multilateral institution helped us? I'm talking about the United Nations influence and the rest of it.
Well, United UN conferences and platforms, of course, they're there all the time. Of course, we have a PAN rep whose major responsibility is representing the United States. Like I said, diplomacy is about visibility. We are there doing our job hard, and it's a continuous thing. The important thing is that in the Committee of Nations, when I'm talking about Africa, when I'm talking about some medium powers, will always be mentioned. We are out there, like I said. We have on the PAM mission, you have permanent representatives, you have our colleagues, the career ambassadors working. So we're always there to project our country. And of course, in ECOWAS headquarters in Abuja, we are visible in all those fronts. And with all that, definitely helping us. Aside from that, from what the musicians are doing, our movie industry is doing, footballers are doing, it's also part of the ways we continue to project our country in a positive light. So overall, I think we are doing good. You're smiling. That's good.
All right. So now, outside from diplomacy and official engagement, what part of, the Australian and Pacific culture now, spending your time there, what part of it, left the strongest impression on you? Like, what was your experience like in that environment as an ambassador?
My sister, just like in other countries, what stood out in Australia for me was a good administration setup. See friendship, things work, the law works. And of course, for Nigerians there, we are visible. I remember by the last effort we made to get the statistics of Nigeria, we counted over 20,000 professionals working in Australia, which is huge. Course across teachers, doctors, and all that. And I recall when I first came to Australia as a High Commissioner, usually there's what we call presentation of letters of credence. So usually before you are fully accepted as a High Commissioner or ambassador, you must see the Governor General to present your letters of credentials. So I still remember when I did that presentation, the warm reception, usually the protocol department allows 10-15 minutes to ambassadors to be with the Governor General, but I was given almost 25 minutes. And when they came to pull me out after that, they said, no, I'm enjoying our conversation. That's the Nigeria we're talking about. We are, even look at the distance of Australia, they appreciate us because of what we have in human and material resources.
All right then. So based on your experience, what strategic reforms in foreign policy would best reposition Nigeria on the global stage as a domestic dominant format?
Well, you see, what we keep saying is that we have all the policies. What we just need is to sustain them and firmly continue to implement them. What policy are we talking about again when we have our foreign relations over 109 across the globe to be there as our faces? We have it. But the main challenge as somebody who just left the foreign service is still funding. I know this cuts across other NDAs, but I have to say it because where you spend over 32 years of your life, we always stock and protect them. At diplomacy, the foreign affairs, we need more funding. I'm not saying that the government is not trying. We say we need more funding because diplomacy is expensive. Imagine where people, they fly business class, first class, go for meetings.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And then they don't want to rescind. They still want to continue to marginalize us. Recent development in the police force is an attestation to it. And a lot of that is not the first time, even in customs, yes. How many ministers do we have? Members of rep, who is leading what? Let me now tell you one thing. In the 80s, actually, we lost the war. We lost the war in 1970. But then, we didn't see the kind of marginalization we are seeing now. Because immediately after the war, yes, some of the people that lost their job went back to Lagos and resumed their work. Some came back to ENUGU and took up their position again. Some went back to Army and took their position again. If it were to be now, my dear, you will lose out. Nobody will instate you for anything. They will even collect money from you. But after the war, yeah, we were reabsorbed. For instance, the First Republic. First Republic, yes, it was negotiated. Notwithstanding that we lost the war. The position of Vice President came to Igbos. The position of House of Rep leader, Speaker, came to Igbos. Alex Ekweme was the Vice President. Umezoke was the Speaker. I'm saying notwithstanding we lost the war, we just came out of the war. The marginalization we see now is terrible, it's horrible. That time we equally got commissioners, we equally got ministers. Now tell me, this is over 50 years, over 40-something years of 1979, so, and here we are. It is now that the civil war is down on us. It is now that they want to make us feel we lost the war.
All right,
the Third Republic, when Obasanjo came in, the Igbo man was the Senate president. The Igbo man was the deputy House of Rep. We have a lot of ministers. The essence of having these things is to protect your tribe, where you come from. If you don't have people that will speak for you, you are in trouble. We are feeling the heat much now because these are our brothers that went into politics, does not know the nitty-gritty of politics. That politics, you negotiate your position. You negotiate your gain. You negotiate what you will get before you join, before you begin to play a role, before you begin to shout, vote for so person. If it doesn't favor you, withdraw. But these are people that after marketing oil, maybe selling filling station, they make money, they come in, they say they are politicians. And then they begin to follow one person. The man promised them, I'll give you a contract. They say, okay, no problem. Let me go and tell my people to vote for you. It is not done that way. I remember in 1982 election, MPN, I was a youth leader then. We were equally given the people were equally given the position of vice president. Dr. K.O., by the way, frowned at it. Some people frowned at it. Many people frowned at it and said we should be given a chance to contest the presidency. And then K.O. spoke. In the language of K.O., let me quote him. He said, I know that the position of vice president is a representation of a microscopic consequence. But however, I believe it will lift my people, the Igbos, from spiritual defeatism to spiritual glorification. K.O. was trying to convince the Igbos to accept it, that it is better than nothing. And then we accepted it. Remember, it was dialogued. And today, who dialogues what? Who gives you what? You are.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And lastly, yesterday, we discussed first the governorship discussed Governor Soludo's closure of Newi, matters arising with Nnamdi Abana. And also we had Reginald Nwabikit looking to the rice revolution in Nigeria, challenges and prospects. Let's listen to what they had to say.
I think that's my response to your question.
All right then. So what measures has the state? We understand that there's a meeting right after the days of the closure will be exhausted. What other things has the state government put in place, at least for the sake of business owners and the money they have lost the past, for the 7 days they won't be going to the market?
Look, the state government doesn't have to do anything about the money that they've lost because they chose to go against states. And again, we must realize this. When you choose to fight the government, there are consequences. If the government gives an order that everybody should be at the market or that schools should reopen and you fail to comply, there will be sanctions. So it's not a matter of compensation coming from the government. The meeting that we hold, or whatever meeting that they're going to have, will be based on the reason why they did not comply with the instruction given by the state governor. Remember, when this issue came up in Onitsha, the state government met with the traders, and the governor gave them conditions. It's either you return and continue with your economic activities, or I demolish this place and put up something else here. Of course, they chose to continue with their economic activities, you know. So it's not always about what the people want. If you're in government, there are times that you have to insist that the right thing has to be done. For instance, if during the course of that meeting, and it's been observed that the instruction to sit at home came from the leadership of the market, whoever the leader is will go in for it. Whether it's a committee or an executive made up of different people, they will go in for it. And there will be sticks too. There will be sanctions. So we need to get Anambra back to what it used to be. I think in the whole of the Southeast, I think basically Anambra is still the state having these peculiar issues. Maybe Ebonyi, I'm not so sure. But that of Anambra has gained notoriety.
Right, but then there are also reports that, you know, while the traders may want to open, you know, on Mondays, customers and buyers, people that will patronize them, are also reluctant to come out on Mondays to, you know, be a part of the economic activities of buying and selling due to this same issue of insecurity, fears, and
that is not true. Let me tell you, that is not true. I visit Anambra. I spend time in Anambra. On Mondays are like public holidays. It is no longer what it used to be. People will stay indoors, nobody will come out. You know, there is this atmosphere of fear. Oh, if you come out, this could happen or that. No. It is just like a public holiday. People go about their normal personal businesses and so on. Some shops are opened, you know, street shops. You get to places like Oka, Ekulobia, and so on. You know, so people say that now Waro you know, that is when an abomination stays for more than a year. It becomes a tradition. You know, and for you to break away from that tradition, it has to take stringent measures. I think that is what the governor is doing. And he should be commended for his efforts, you know. Other governors tried it, they couldn't, but Governor Soludo has been able to, you know, bring some semblance of peace within the state, especially
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Rice farmers. Where we are missing it is that we are not investing in the business of rice. The business of rice is a very big business. It's as big as the oil industry. Because if we produce and if we cultivate and produce enough, the market is extensive across Africa. The African Intercontinental Free Trade Area is there. And then the global market is there. So if Nigeria begins to look at rice production as the same way we look at oil production, we will invest in the infrastructure of the development of the rice business. And what that will do is that we'll be able to empower our farmers and ensure that we irrigate our fadamas. We have enough land to cultivate rice, to supply the chain, to supply all the networks of millers, factories, processing plants, the Lagos plant, all the plants in Benue, all the plants in Nasarawa, all the plants in Kano. We have enough farmers that are ready to cultivate. Just that we need to address certain issues. Number one, we need to address irrigation. If you come to Makodi from the industrial area going to Naka is a fadama, and there is water. The river Benue basin is there by the side. we can irrigate it, and if we irrigate that, we'll be able to supply all the rice mills in Benue and in Nasarawa just by doing that single irrigation plan. But the government is not interested in investments in things that is going to change the narratives of what we need to achieve.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, thank you for staying up to this moment. This is the end for our program this morning, this Saturday morning. Thank you for staying through to this point till I come your way again next week. This is New Day, your breakfast shows on SLTV channel 265 and YouTube Live on the YouTube channel on Signature Television. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. See you next week.
When a couple of years ago, I started hearing about the efforts of some Igbo sons to put up a center that will, among other things, focus on Ndi Igbo, our history, our culture, our contemporary issues and challenges, and of course our future, I was cautiously optimistic. Optimism because I knew the pedigree of those behind it, but curious because I knew it was a tall order, a Herculean task. A few years later, I am happy to reveal that my optimistic expectations have been surpassed, and I'm amazed by the progress already made by the Center for Memories. So let me begin by congratulating the Center for the great job they have done and still doing for Ncheta Ndi Igbo. I'm extremely excited for being chosen to speak today at a very important time when Ndi Igbo is at crossroads, yearning for reinvention and a new and more meaningful future. I see this as a humbling privilege and an opportunity to lend my voice to this reawakening and search for self of Ndi Igbo. Like the old East Central State newspaper was entitled, The Renaissance. I don't know how many that will agree with these issues I will raise today, but my intention really is to start a robust conversation that continues beyond today, outside the walls of this center. It should have been sometime in 1967 or thereabout. My memory of the events of that era are so hazy, but I believe it was early in the morning at the thick of the Nigerian Civil War. And our family was moving again, evacuating from my father's maternal home as the federal forces were closing in on our entire community, Achi, in Oji River local government area of ENUGU State. My parents and other relations were prioritizing which property would be included in our luggage as we headed for a safer location, far from the invading federal troops determined to crush the Biafran resistance. This unfortunate morning, I was crying and rolling on the ground because my greatest earthly possession, my bicycle, was going to be abandoned as we were fleeing to safety. No family member had a vehicle to transport our belongings, and in the scale of preference, my bicycle did not make the list of important items to be evacuated. I was beyond myself in grief, as my little mind could not comprehend why my most prized possession was going to be abandoned. My parents were sad, but there was practically nothing they could do to assuage their child's pain. This is how, as a little child of about 3.5 years, I became familiar with the title of today's conversation, Ebezina. Ebezina, Ebele, Ebewule, depending on what your dialect is, Ebezina. Thank you. Depending on what your dialect is, Ebezina could be a word of consolation, a word of encouragement, hope, or even a reprimand. In some situations, Ebezina can be a call to action. The truth is that Ebezina, stop crying, derived from Ibakwa, crying. As much as it is used to express or address pain, loss, deprivation, or even maltreatment, if it lingers and becomes a recurring decimal or situation, it could be seen as a sign of weakness, disadvantage, failure, or defeat. And they'll be calling you cry baby. Sometimes it's marks of inability of a person or group to identify challenges, confront it, overcome it, and rise above it. So today, I'm arguing that this crying by Igbo people needs to stop. Igbos have cried enough. It is time to take their fate in their hands. Ndi Igbo have to retreat. Ndi Igbo have to re-strategize and re-examine how the Igbo nation is engaging with the rest of Nigeria. How we are confronting our many challenges. How we are collaborating among ourselves, and how to prioritize our needs as a people. We must stop bemoaning our fate and do something about it today, not tomorrow. There is no doubt that Ndi Igbo have over a long time faced existential threats in this country called Nigeria. For Ndi Igbo, the word marginalization has become synonymous with our complaints about the challenges we face in our nation today. Some have even taken it further to say that Igbos are not only marginalized, but hated by other tribes in Nigeria. So I ask this evening, are Igbos marginalized? Many of our brothers and sisters will answer in the affirmative, but I want to differ somehow by saying that the greatest marginalization against the Igbos is not the marginalization by others. It is not the marginalization by other tribes, but the marginalization of Igbos by Igbos, especially the elites and those that have been entrusted with leadership positions. What is the situation? In the last 26 years, the 5 states of the Southeast have collected trillions of naira in federal government allocations, and add that to their internally generated revenue. Also add extras from ecological fund, the occasional windfalls, and the billions the individual state governments have borrowed or grants they have received from international donor agencies. When you look at these humongous figures, tell me, does anywhere in the Southeast look like an environment where this kind of money has been spent, utilized, or invested in? Does our schools or hospitals in Abakaliki, in Oka, in Enugu, Owerri, or Umuahia reflect the recycled huge amounts the states budgets every year for education or health, ditto for other sectors? In all the Southeast today, show me one standard and functional hospital of repute that is run by government that provides affordable health care for people. Between 1957 and 1966, Dr. Michael Ihonu Karopara, Premier of the Eastern Region, caused what I like to call an infrastructural earthquake and kicked off a developmental revolution in all sectors, including agriculture, education, industrialization, health, tourism, just name it. Few years into his premiership, 1964 to be precise, Eastern Nigeria became the fastest growing and industrializing economy in the world, ahead of Malaysia, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. My dear brothers and sisters, where are these countries today, and where is the Southeast? And we are talking about marginalization. In the First Republic, when he was doing all these miracles, oil was not a factor, and there were no monthly federal allocations to be shared. More than 60 years after, every Igbo man is yearning for the reenactment of that golden era. But as they say, and I ask, ụmụnne m, ọ bụ na nwa Mgbeke amara akpụ isi ka ọ bụ na agụba adịrọ nkọ? At a point during the Jonathan administration, Igbos held many strategic positions. Where did those positions take the Igbo man? At that time, how did our brothers and sisters use their positions to the advantage of Ndi Igbo? Or did they just use it for personal aggrandizement? The Enugu-Onitsha Road and the Port Harcourt-Enugu Road are forever under construction and remains a nightmare that has further compounded the security situation in Igbo land. Yet, we've had governors, ministers, and legislators who represent us in the National Assembly and the Federal Executive Council. Many say that while their cheeks and pockets grew fatter, they will continue to suffer neglect. In politics, how have we fared? The most disgraceful outing was in 2023, when most Nigerians and even non-Nigerians believed it was the turn of Igbos to become president. Many of our brothers connived with people of other tribes and truncated that opportunity. Not only did outsiders work against us, but we worked against ourselves. There were so many enemies within, or saboteurs, a word that became popular during the Nigerian Civil War. Thank God for P2B and Labour Party, which made it possible for Igbos to be counted in 2023. Unfortunately, with all his efforts, the presidency still eluded Ndibo. Still fresh in our minds is the 1999 betrayal of Dr. Alex Ekwueme at the PDP convention in Jos, and other opportunities where Igbos just flunked it because Ndibo worked against themselves. And we are talking about marginalization. Nigeria stands on three tripods: Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. Is it not worrisome that while the Hausas and Yorubas have taken more than one turn in the presidency, Igbos are still docilely waiting? My question is, waiting for who? Power is taken, not given. The other problem with our politics is our political office recruitment system, which has ignored merit and has tilted towards mediocrity. In the old Igbo traditional collegiate leadership, what gave you a seat at the table was hard work and success. So, the best hunter, the best wrestler, the best farmer, and so on, successful people with pedigree, track record, and character were the ones the villages sent to the elders' council. Today, in Igbo land, what qualifies a good number of our people to public office are mundane and pedestrian considerations. Those more likely to get to office to represent our people are the guy or guys, or the guy who carries a bag for the governor, or the guy who cleans the senator's shoes, his barber, his BA, or the chief thug of the chairman of the party. At the end, these, in quotes please, servant leaders, because they are servant leaders, get to office confused and lost. And before they get their bearing, the tenure is over, and they return with billions of naira in their pockets to cause trouble in our communities. Painfully, if nothing is done, 2027 will be more disastrous. One of the biggest issues in Nigeria today is state creation. And what you hear in Igbo land is a staccato of voices and cacophony of presentations. Discordant tunes that may deny the Southeast its right to getting at least 2 more states. It beats the imagination of many, not just me, why Igbos, for something as important as this, are not speaking with one voice, or even in a room having a conversation about it. Why did governors of the Southeast, or Haneze Ndi Igbo, not convoke a meeting before now to make an effort towards consensus or come up with a well-articulated strategy or to demand for additional states for the Southeast. This is the same way we have handled the agitation for a better treatment of Igbo by the government of Nigeria. Instead of collaboration between the agitators and the intelligentsia and leaders, there was a complete disconnect. There was not even an agreement among Igbos on whether we should exit Nigeria or constructively engage in Nigerian states from within. It was just confusion. Igbos continued working at cross purposes, and no meaningful progress has been made to confront the ill treatment of Igbos, or whether you call it marginalization or what, by the Nigerian state. No meaningful progress. Igbo unity and oneness is another kettle of fish. In 2017, Peter Opaleke from Anambra State, now Cardinal Opaleke, was posted to Ahiarambise Catholic Diocese as bishop, but was stoutly rejected by his fellow Igbo people, who tagged his posting as discrimination in Igbo land. For 8 long years, they were up in arms until the bishop resigned and the Pope had to withdraw him. But thank God today, he is a cardinal of the Catholic Church. Is there something others are doing differently in Nigeria? During the Obasanjo regime, the South-South region mounted a campaign for the presidency. At that time, I worked for Chief Raymond Okwesi, founder of Ray Power and AIT, who was one of the pillars of that agitation. So I had a somewhat front row seat. One thing I noticed was that the riotous political atmosphere in the South-South quieted, and sworn enemies made up. Political opponents started collaborating and planning. While the militants made the creeks ungovernable, disrupting oil production, the political leaders, elites, and elders were engaging the Nigerian authorities. It didn't happen in our case. Confusion. I also discovered that a good number of their political office holders were providing the resources for the advocacy and efforts made towards the agitation and engagements. There were a lot of planning, openly and covertly. And as they say, if you fail to plan, you plan to lose. A question for the bulls. Their media owners were empowered, funded, and galvanized to drive the campaign. I remember in 2000, as a staff of AIT, we were going to be shut down by those we had borrowed money to start the business. It was the leaders of the South-South, besides Nigerians that contributed 50 kobo, 1 naira. It was the leaders, political leaders of South-South, that found a way around it and provided the money for AIT to survive. That is what regions that know what they are doing do. In summary, every hand was on deck, and there was common purpose by the people of the South-South. The South-South did not win the presidency in 2007, but Jonathan became vice president, and the rest is history. Tinubu is today the Nigerian president. Because of Tinubu, everyone in Nigeria knows the meaning of Emiloko. For the man, also known as the Jagaban, to have the audacity, to power, he took it. Some even says he seized it. While Tinubu was governor, and after he left office, he invested and continued to invest in human beings. He left office in 2007. All over Yoruba land, Tinubu identified young leaders, made some commissioners, gave them positions, mentored them, and empowered them. He guided and protected their political growth. One became vice president, some became governors, some became ministers, and many ended up in the National Assembly. His mentees were everywhere, pulling strings, including in other regions of the country. And we saw what happened in 2023. For 16 whole years, Mr. Tinubu never sought office. Rather, Mr. Tinubu provided a ladder for others to climb, while his contemporaries in Igbo land were busy betraying their kinsmen and contesting for any available office with people young enough to be their children. For 16 years, Tinubu organized the Yorubas. Of course, not all Yorubas agreed with him, but a good number of them bought into his vision. Tinubu also knows how to engage other tribes. As part of the 2015 election approached, he, with other opposition leaders, gave birth to APC, where we learned he had to give up the vice presidency just to ensure that the coalition project succeeded and Buhari became president. He allowed his commissioner to become vice president. He didn't say it must be me, because he had a nation's agenda, the Yoruba man's agenda. He knew that that would help it. So he stepped down. He killed his ambition at that time. Under the AC platform, 4 years earlier, Tinubu had supported another northerner called Nuhu Ribadu, if you remember, who is today his national security advisor. Today, Bola Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. What do I think Ndi Igbo should be doing? Ndi Igbo must define their purpose, their objective, and their mission. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo should be repurposed and made relevant, or a new organization should be founded. As the apex socio-political body in Igbo land, Ohaneze must reflect that status in character and in action. The Ohaneze and Igbo leaders should stop sheepishly following state governors and political office holders about. Ohaneze should be the voice of reason and provide the proper direction for Ndi Igbo. Our wealthy sons and daughters, both at home and abroad, must get involved with raising funds to support Igbo causes. If organizations like Ohaneze are well funded, they will be more independent and they will be able to appropriately represent Ndi Igbo interests rather than the interests of transient political office holders. Collaboration is key to development. Actually, collaboration has become the currency of today. I believe that for the Southeast to make any intentional progress, the 5 states of Southeast need to work together, and we need the governors to drive it. Dubai is an emirate in the United Arab Emirates. A lot of us here have been to Dubai. It is like a state or a region in Nigeria. Dubai is not the richest emirate in UAE, but there was an intentional effort by its leaders to develop Dubai, and then other emirates, including the richest Abu Dhabi, started playing catch-up. trying to copy Dubai. And today, Dubai has become the greatest destination in the world. Achieving it is not rocket science, but needs dexterous planning and execution. Instead of turning one state in the southeast into an unachievable and unsustainable Dubai in Africa, can we turn the southeast into that El Dorado? A true southeast development body needs to be instituted, funded, and made functional to drive such collaborations. Unlike what we have seen in the past, this body must have a life of its own and funding structured in such a way that it is not dependent on the whims of a particular governor or individual dashing us money. The Southeast must partner in what I want to call joint regional projects in different sectors. For example, a rail line or a monorail connecting the 5 southeastern states, starting from ENUGU through Oka all the way to Onitsha, and then goes all the way to Owerri, connects to Aba, comes through Umuahia, goes to Ebonyi, and returns to ENUGU. Will not only be viable, but will be attractive to any investor, as it will be easy for a return on investment. I remember when I was serving in the ENUGU government, the ENUGU state government wanted to do a monorail. Even then, I argued that who was going to sustain a monorail for ENUGU state? Will the monorail only go from New Market to Agbani Road, or from Agbani Road to Uti? It will not be sustainable. So we need, a bigger elephant in the room for this to happen. A regional highway linking the 5 eastern states is also achievable. Why, for instance, can't the Southeast have a regional first-class university owned by the 5 states that would train the best brains in Igbo land? Or an ultra-modern hospital comparable to the best in the world? Why can't it happen? Somebody should tell me why. A simple AI query I made gave me this, and I quote: "The Igbo people are a significant economic force in Nigeria, known for the entrepreneurial spirit, robust trade networks, and contributions to various sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and small businesses. Their strong emphasis on apprenticeship and networking, along with their resilience, has fueled their economic success despite challenges." Unquote. Today, Igbos dominate a lot of sectors in Nigeria. In retail, in aviation, in hospitality, Igbos have their fingers in many pies. We need to sit down to discuss how these areas of advantage can be strengthened and exploited for the good of the Southeast. Igbos must invest more in manufacturing to create more value chains, especially in the creation of jobs and employment. In the early 90s, former governor of Anambra State, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezeife, God bless his soul, championed the Think Home philosophy, which encouraged Igbo entrepreneurs to bring their businesses home, including those in diaspora. There is no better time to do it. But now, every day our brothers and sisters doing business in other parts of Nigeria and the world complain of attacks from their hosts. Our brothers in Ghana are going to be thrown out because one of our brothers said he wanted a kingdom, and they sold land to him. And when he wanted to develop and feel good, now they want to throw out all the Nigerians. Our governments in the Southeast must create a welcoming and conducive atmosphere to attract these entrepreneurs back home. This new trend in the Southeast, that the only way for state governments to grow their internally generated revenue is by taxation, has to stop. It is not only driving away investors, but it is killing our small businesses and killing our people. Our governments in the Southeast should be more creative and innovative and come up with revenue generation mechanisms that will not impoverish our people or scare businesses away. Forgive me, Ndi Igbo needs a Tinubu who will demand and seize the presidency. We need rich Igbo men who will identify credible and trustworthy politicians and invest in them. We need our own Tinubu who will look the rest of Nigeria in the eye and tell them, we need political leaders that will not seek power for only himself, but will also be willing to seek power to a more qualified Igbo man if that is what is needed. A leader who will not be a perennial candidate for any available office. We need a selfless Igbo leader who will mobilize and galvanize in the Igbo, and like Martin Luther King, be ready to die for Ndi Igbo to be liberated and just look at the mountaintop. For decades of my work in journalism, I've always believed that for a people's voice to be heard, they need to have a platform to amplify it. For a people's message to be not to be distorted, they need to tell their story themselves. That was why the great Zik of Africa so early in his career established chains of newspapers. His wife, Professor Chazikiwe, told me in an interview many years ago that those newspapers were very important to Zik because he wanted to own the narrative. Sometimes I wonder who could have given the Arab perspective in the Middle East if there was no Al Jazeera. The truth is, the Igbo voice will never be heard loud and clear until Ndi Igbo make a conscious effort to invest in the media and support media houses already established by Ndi Igbo. The media is such a powerful tool that we as a tribe cannot ignore. Early in my broadcast journalism career, I realized this fact, and I was instrumental to the establishment of a number of AIT and radio stations in the Southeast. Unfortunately, because of the harsh economic conditions and management challenges after I left in 2007, the stations did not survive. But the hunger to ensure that as a people, we have a strident voice brought me back in 2024. Now leading a team of professional journalists and seasoned broadcasters, we founded Signature TV to tell the Southeast story from the eyes and perspective of the Southeast, while telling other national and international stories. We have been on this journey in the last 16 months, and it has not been easy at all. In our own case, for us to move our headquarters to ENUGU from Abuja, where we had operated for many years, we had to invest extra hundreds of millions to build a brand new station from scratch. And we did it because we believe that the Igbos need to have a voice. Unfortunately, with all these investments, our governments are doing nothing to encourage or support us. When they have events, they will go to Lagos and Abuja to import other TV stations and radio stations and pay them millions, while those of us in the Southeast, radio, TV stations, newspapers are stoutly ignored. Our businessmen toe the same line as they prefer the big stations, forgetting that people invested to make the big stations what they are today. As you know, they also forget that besides telling the Southeast story, that we are from other media entrepreneurs in the Southeast as we groan under the heavy burden of our weak naira, escalating logistic costs, and drop in advert revenues. This is not what happens in other climes, where governments help to sustain the local media because they realize the importance to do so. Finally, no one can tell your stories like you will tell it. And in today's Nigeria media landscape and the unending political competition rooted on tribal allegiances, every interest group must ensure it has a vibrant media sympathetic to their agenda and aspirations. My dear brothers, crying will not change anything for Igbo. What will cause change are the positive actions we take today to change our situations, ourselves. So, once again, I make this plea in the name of our forefathers. Ndị Igbo ebezina, Chukwu gozie ndị Igbo.
Thank you so much. The vice na atwolo malo atwolo ofege ofeni sinofia. So I would not have.
Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities just finished speaking. Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished taking Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies, and exciting moments from the world of arts. We've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Iran attacks U.S. bases in Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. U.S.-Israel launch attack on Iran, explosions in Tehran across nation. And Tinubu tells reps to amend constitution for state police to guard against state abuse. Court orders Saludo to suspend action on proposed Onitsha market demolition. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Has escalated into open conflict, with Iran launching missile strikes on several U.S. military installations across the region. This appears to be a direct retaliation for earlier joint U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on targets inside Iran, which began early Saturday morning. Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE have also closed their airspace, coming after explosions were heard in Kuwait. Qatar's defense ministry said on Saturday that an Iranian missile had been intercepted by the Patriot defense system. Explosions also took place in Bahrain, which said the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet had been targeted by a missile attack. A loud explosion was heard in the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi. United States and Israel launched an attack on Iran with explosions heard and seen across Tehran. Several missiles struck University Street and a Jamhuri area in Tehran. Smoke was seen rising in the city. Iran's semi-official reported that explosions also occurred in Tehran's northern Shayet Qadan area. Other Iranian media reported attacks nationwide, including in the western Elam province. U.S. President Donald Trump said the joint attacks aimed at eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Israel's defense minister Israel Katz claimed Israel launched a missile attack in order to remove threats to the state of Israel. A U.S. official told Al Jazeera that attacks were carried out as a joint military operation between Israel and the U.S., which has assembled a vast fleet of fighter jets and warships in the region to try to pressure Iran into a deal over its nuclear program. A U.S. official said the attacks were being carried out by air and sea. One of the areas targeted in Iran's capital was near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Associated Press. Khamenei said his note in Tehran has been transferred to a secured location. Mazia Motamedi, reported from Tehran, said cell phone communications have been disrupted in several areas of the capital. No calls are possible, the presidency said. And Iranian officials said Tehran is preparing for retaliation that is set to be crushing. A siren sounded and a state of emergency was declared in Israel
The Israeli army said it had issued a proactive alert to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched towards the state of Israel. Israeli Airports Authority announced its airspace had been closed to all civilian flights and urged the public not to come to the airport. Meanwhile, U.S. Embassy in Qatar implemented shelter in place for all personnel, recommending that all of its citizens do the same until further notice. According to an Israeli defense official, they said the attacks have been planned for months and the launch date decided weeks ago, even as the U.S. and Iran carried out negotiations. President Donald Trump told the U.S. government to immediately stop using anthropoid technology after the AI startup rejected the Pentagon's demand that it agreed to unconditional military use of its Claude models. Anthropic vowed to sue over intimidation and insist its technology shouldn't be used for the mass surveillance of U.S. citizens or deployed in fully autonomous weapon systems. Pentagon counters that it operates within the law and contracted suppliers cannot set terms on how their products are employed. The Pentagon had said Anthropic must agree to comply with its demand by 5:01 p.m. or face compulsion under the Defense Production Act. The Cold War era law, last invoked during the COVID pandemic, grants the federal government sweeping powers to direct private industry towards national security priorities. The Pentagon also threatened to designate Anthropic as supply chain risk, a label typically reserved for companies from adversary nations. But in response, Anthropic said it will seek to overturn the ban. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said earlier it was directing the Pentagon to follow through on a later threat, and that effective immediately no contractor, supplier, or partner that does business with the United States military may conduct any commercial activity with Anthropic. Calling Hegseth the least qualified Secretary of Defense in the nation's history, top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries praised Anthropic's courage for pushing back against the shocking invasion of privacy scheme. The conflict had earlier drawn a show of solidarity from others in the industry, with hundreds of employees from AI giants Google, DeepMind, and OpenAI urging their companies to rally behind Anthropic in an open letter titled "Will Not Be Divided." OpenAI CEO Sam Altman told employees that he too was seeking an agreement with the Pentagon that would include red lines similar to Anthropic's, and that he hoped to help broker a resolution. Anthropic's statement echoes those sentiments and added that the company remains ready to continue work to support the national security of the United States. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton denied wrongdoing on Friday to a congressional panel probing his links to Jeffrey Epstein as Democrats seek to shift focus onto Donald Trump's own ties to the notorious sex offender. Clinton features prominently in the Epstein files, but insists that he broke ties well before the disgraced billionaire's 2008 conviction for sex offenses. Republican chair of the House Committee probing Epstein, James Comer, said they believe this was a very productive disposition, and President Clinton answered every question or attempted to answer every question. Comer's Republican colleague Nancy Mace alleged there were inconsistencies in his testimony without providing specific examples. Democrats at the committee have reiterated their call for Trump, who also has well-documented links to Epstein, to be quizzed. Hillary Clinton said she had never known Epstein or visited their properties where he hosted world celebrities and powerful businesses and political figures, as well as allegedly trafficking young women and girls. Bill Clinton has acknowledged extensive interactions with Epstein, but said he never visited a financed and famous private Caribbean island. At least 15 people were killed on Friday when a Bolivian military cargo plane carrying banknotes crashed while landing near the capital city, Las Paz, prompting police to repel bystanders grabbing cash. The aircraft, a C-130 Hercules transport plane, veered up the runway at El Alto International Airport and crashed into an avenue, destroying multiple cars and damaging trucks. Colonel Palatova of the National Fire Department told reporters that between 15 and 16 people have been counted in the disaster. The Ministry of Defense confirmed the crash without providing further details At least 24 older people were wounded. According to reports, fatalities were recorded both at the airport and on the busy Air Avenue, where the crash plane struck several vehicles. Mangled parts of the aircraft were seen on the runway. Bolivian Air Navigation and Airports Authority NABO said the C-130 departed from the eastern city of Santa Cruz and crashed while landing at the international airport, which suspended its operations. C-130 Hercules, manufactured by Lockheed Martin, was carrying Bolivian banknotes which scattered upon impact. Take a quick break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu on Friday night urged members of the House of Representatives to urgently consider tinkering with the Constitution for the establishment of state police to guard against abuse of power by state governors. The President made the appeal at an interfaith breaking of fast he hosted for the leadership and members of the House of Representatives at the presidential villa, following that for all state governors on Monday, and for leadership and members of the Senate on Wednesday. Reflecting on the early days of his administration, the President expressed appreciation to the lawmakers for standing by his reform agenda, particularly during the difficult period following the removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of an naira. On security, the President acknowledged ongoing challenges across parts of the country and noted that lawmakers as grassroots representatives are often directly confronted by constituents over local security issues. Making a strong case for state policing, Tinubu argued that decentralizing security architecture is essential to effectively tackling emerging threats, while cautioning against a wholesale or poorly structured approach.
It was very difficult at the beginning for people to realize the direction of my thinking. But I'm glad one thing didn't happen. With the heat from the critics, none of you came to me to say, can you reverse the removal of subsidy? Or can you change the foreign exchange flotation of naira? None of you. You collaborated, you joined together as a team. You just gave me the inspiration to move on, because the heat was high voltage from the critics. But today, we are better off for it. The next side is the area of insecurity. I'm still working very hard. Those who, I see some of you on television going to their localities and face challenges. Now you know more than anybody else that security is local. And if security is local, We just have to work together to put pressure on our public to accept the need for state police. Amend it. Not a straight free fall for everybody. Tie it in a way that will not be abused like in the past. A good legislature must learn from the past to cure the present.
In his remarks, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, who led his colleagues to the dinner, reaffirmed the legislature's support for the president's policies and leadership. He noted that administration's reforms were beginning to yield results and expressed confidence that greater achievements lay ahead. A member of the House of Representatives, Peter Uzokwe, has called on the Acting Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to immediately institute a comprehensive investigation into the alleged assassination attempt on former presidential candidate Peter Obi in Benin City, Edo State. Addressing members of the House of Representatives Press Corps, Uzokwe described the reported incident as deeply disturbing and unacceptable in a democratic society. He warned that any act of political violence threatens the stability of a nation and the sanctity of its democratic process, noting that an attack on a presidential aspirant transcends partisan politics and must be viewed as a direct assault on Nigeria's constitutional democracy. Uzokwe stressed that the Nigerian police force, under the leadership of the acting IGP, must demonstrate professionalism and urgency in handling the matter.
The attempted assassination of Mr. Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, and also the former governor of Edo State, Chief Oyego, the former Labour Party governorship candidate in Edo State, Barrister Apata, and many others. We all saw pictures of what happened. And we must condemn it in its entirety. I stand before you this afternoon to call the Acting Inspector General of Police. This is the first litmus test for him. He was appointed Acting Inspector General of Police yesterday. The same yesterday, this ugly incident happened. I don't want to speak for the police. I don't want to speak for anybody. But I want to speak as a parliamentarian.
Lawmaker further called on the governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebolo, to take proactive steps to guarantee the safety of all political stakeholders within the state, noting that leadership demands accountability and responsiveness in moments of crisis. Uzokwe warned that Nigeria has paid heavily in the past for politically motivated violence and must not allow a relapse into instability, and appealed to citizens to remain calm and vigilant while allowing law enforcement authorities to carry out their constitutional duties. The governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, has declared that he has no intention of leaving the People's Democratic Party after closed-door talks with President Bola Tinubu. Speaking after the closed-door meeting with the president at State House at the weekend, Mohammed revealed that the conversation centered on governance and security collaboration. The governor described the rumors linking his visit to the president as a possible defection from the PDP as baseless. Mohammed stated that his visit to the president was on the deteriorating security situation in our Kaleri local government area of Bauchi, where banditry has increased due to the forest spaces around the Daji Dam. Mohammed also called for broader interstate cooperation against banditry, proposing a joint security summit involving Bauchi, Taraba Plateau, and Gombe, voiced their support for the establishment of state police. A High Court of a Federal Capital Territory in Maitama has granted bail, the sum of 10 million naira each, to Senior Advocate of Nigeria Michael Zekome and his co-defendant shortly after the arraignment on Friday on 12-count criminal charge brought against them by the Office of Attorney General of the Federation. Zekome and his co-defendant, Pomfa Oseni, pleaded not guilty to the charge in which they, among others, accused of forging documents including an international passport and an irrevocable power of attorney to lay claim to a property in London allegedly procured unlawfully by late General Jeremiah Hussaini. Prosecuting lawyer Rotimi Oyedepo did not oppose bail for the defendants when Tayo Yetibo for Zekome and F.R. Onoja for Hussaini applied for bail on behalf of the defendants. Ruling Justice Chizoba Oji granted each of them bail at 10 million naira with a surety each who should have a property in the FCT. Justice Oji ordered them to deposit their international passports with the court. She noted that since the proceedings took place on Friday, defendants can go to their houses should they be unable to meet the bail conditions, but must return on Monday to do so, failing which they'll be sent to prison. The High Court of Anambra State has directed Governor Charles Soludo to hold plans to demolish the Onitsha main market pending the determination of a substantive suit. Soludo had recently announced his intention to clear sections of the market during a meeting with community leaders describing its condition as deplorable. He said the market no longer attracts patronage as it once did and indicated that a painful demolition exercise will be undertaken to rebuild it to international standards, citing Taiwan as a benchmark. Alarmed by the proposed action, affected traders approached the court, arguing that the demolition would inflict severe hardship and financial loss on them. In a ruling on a petition filed by the traders of Human Fence Zone 1 line of Onitsha main market, Justice J.I. Nweze ordered all parties to maintain the status quo, pending the hearing of a substantive matter fixed for March 16. Meanwhile, the United Igbo Elders Council also appealed to the governor to reconsider the plan. The group proposed alternatives such as constructing extension markets or relocating specific sections rather than pursuing outright demolition. Council further called on the administration of President Bola Tinubu to ensure that security agencies are not drawn into the dispute, describing the Onitsha market as a national asset that should not be subjected to arbitrary decisions. The Oyo State High Court sitting has affirmed the validity of the People's Democratic Party's National Convention held in the Oyo State capital in November 2025, which produced Kabiru Turaki as a chairman and the party's substantive national chairman. Delivering judgment on Friday, Justice Ladira Akintola upheld the amended originating summons filed by Musibau Adetumbi on behalf of the claimant, Folaya Adelabi. The court granted all 13 reliefs sought, holding that the convention complied with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, Electoral Act 2022, and other relevant electoral laws. Justice Akintola also dismissed motions seeking a stay of proceedings, a suspension of a judgment filed by Sunday Ibrahim on behalf of Austin Wanchuku and two others. The court had earlier rejected the application for joinder, describing it as lacking merit. In addition, the ruling directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize and give full effect to the outcomes of the convention, including the leadership of the National Working Committee led by Turaki. The decision is the latest development in a protracted legal tussle over the PDP's leadership following the November 15, 2025 elective convention in Ibadan. On January 30, 2026, Federal High Court Ibadan, presided over by Justice Uche Agomo, nullified the convention, ruling that it was conducted in defiance of existing court orders. That judgment barred Turaki and other officers from parading themselves as national officials of a party. Conflicting rulings have deepened uncertainty within the opposition party's hierarchy. Despite the latest validation by the Oyo State High Court, the PDP remains divided between the Turaki-led leadership and a different bloc aligned with Nyesom Wike, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, which had reportedly dismissed the judgment as inconsequential. Multiple appeals arising from the dispute are currently before the Court of Appeal, Abuja, which has reserved judgment, leaving the final legal position on the party's leadership pending. Up ahead, fire raises Emir of Jama's palace in Kaduna. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Senator Richie Kingibe on Friday intervened in the detention of Tracy O'Hiri, was arrested by police following a claim that Nigeria's Minister of Works, David Umai, owed her about 250 million naira, rendering printing and souvenir packaging services. Kingibe will represent the Federal Capital Territory Senatorial Zone in the Senate and chairs the Senate Committee on Women Affairs, spoke to journalists at a hospital in Abuja, where O'Hiri was admitted after reportedly falling ill during her detention. According to the lawmaker, O'Hiri had met all bail conditions granted by a magistrate court, yet remained in custody until our intervention. She disclosed that she escalated the matter by reaching out to senior officials, including colleagues at the National Assembly and the Senate President, leading to O'Hiri's eventual release. Kingibe raised concerns about what she described as abuse of police powers in civil disputes, insisting that no individual should be detained without a valid detention order. The senator further decried what she called a growing culture of impunity, where individuals allegedly deploy law enforcement agencies to intimidate or detain others over civil disputes. O'Hiri is reportedly still receiving medical attention and may remain hospitalized for a few more days. Recall that O'Hiri said the death claim against Umai dates back to 2015 after she carried out promotional and printing services for his 2015 governorship campaign in Ebonyi State. According to O'Hiri, failed repeatedly demands for payment led her to take to social media, where she publicly accused the minister of failing to settle the debt. She claimed that shortly after she was arrested in Lagos on allegations of cyberbullying linked to those posts. Confrontation escalated on Wednesday at the FCT Police Command headquarters, where activist Omoyele Sowore challenged the minister over alleged abuse of power in a dispute said to involve a financial claim by O'Hiri. Sowore had questioned the minister's alleged use of law enforcement agencies in what it described as a civil debt matter. A fire outbreak on Friday razed parts of a palace of the Emir of Jama in Kafanchang, the headquarters of Jama local government area of Kaduna State. Sources told the news that the affected apartments formed part of the wing occupied by the Emir's mother. According to information, the fire reportedly started while the family was preparing for the early evening prayers, triggering panic within the palace and the surrounding neighborhood. A newsman visited the palace on Friday night. There were still smolders with visible traces of destruction. The sections of affected building badly burnt and several household items reduced to ashes. Residents and sympathizers thronged the palace to express solidarity with the Emir and members of his family. Eyewitnesses said officials of the Kaduna State Fire Service in Kafanchang responded to a distress call but were unable to contain the blaze as a pumping machine reportedly failed to start upon arrival. Abandonment hampered early firefighting efforts, allowing the fire to spread and consume full flats before additional support was mobilized. Local volunteers were said to have joined the efforts to salvage property and prevent the fire from spreading to other sections of the palace. Although no casualties have been reported as of the time of filing this report, the incident had caused significant damage. Residents of Kabenchang have described the inferno as unfortunate and called for improved emergency response capacity in the area. Former Netherlands striker Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank believes that Chelsea will take points off Arsenal in the Premier League this weekend. The Gunners could begin the march at the Emirates only 2 points clear at the top if Manchester City wins at Leeds in Saturday's late kickoff. In the last game, Liam Rosino's men were held to 1-1 draw by relegation stragglers Burnley and find themselves trying to clinch one of the Champions League spots. But Hasselbank has predicted that Chelsea will be tougher opponents for Arsenal than Tottenham Hotspur. Let's turn our attention now to entertainment news with Quinet's Wokunta.
The Lagos State Judiciary has fixed April 14, 2026 for the commencement of the coroner's inquest into the death of Nkanu, the 21-month-old son of renowned Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Nkanu reportedly died on January 7, 2026, following complications arising from the series of preparatory medical procedures. In the aftermath, the family issued a legal notice to the hospital involved, alleging medical negligence and professional misconduct contributed to the child's death. The inquest death was set by Magistrate Atinuku Adetunji of the Yaba Magistrates Court after legal representatives for all parties announced their appearances. Senior advocate Kemi Pinheiro is representing the Adichie family, while Adebola Rahman is appearing for the Lagos State Attorney General. Legal teams for Atlantis Hospital and Eurocare were also present in court. Magistrate Adetunji explained that the inquest was initiated at the request of the Attorney General, emphasizing that the Lagos State government has a vested interest in ensuring a thorough examination of the circumstances surrounding the child's death. The court directed all parties to file and exchange witness statements ahead of the hearing. According to the magistrates, the primary objective of the proceedings is to determine the exact cause of death, beginning with the presentation of the autopsy findings. Counsel for the family informed the court of plans to tender evidence alleging gross medical negligence, including claims of possible overdose, wrongful prescription, improper administration of propofol, and misdiagnosis. The family is expected to call 5 independent medical experts as witness, in addition to the child's father, who is also a medical doctor. The magistrates further ruled that Eurocare will open its case at the commencement of the inquest, followed by the Adichie family and then Atlantis Hospital. The matter was subsequently adjourned to April 14 for the formal commencement of proceedings. Seyi Law, a prominent Nigerian comedian and vocal supporter of President Bola Tinubu, has reversed his earlier position on Nigeria's security situation. The backlash followed his claim that the country is safer now than it was a decade ago. Despite ongoing concerns over terrorism and kidnapping in several parts of the country, his remarks triggered widespread criticism online, with many Nigerians accusing him of downplaying the security challenges because of his perceived ties to the ruling party. In response to the public outcry, Seyi Law posted an apology video on Instagram, admitting that his comment was insensitive. He also urged President Tinubu to treat the safety and security of Nigerians with greater urgency and seriousness.
All right. A lot of people called my attention to a statement that I made on Honest Bunch podcast, where I said, is it today that they've been kidnapping people from their home in Nigeria, and that Nigeria is safer now than 10 years ago? I'm not someone who would be too proud or be very insensitive to apologize when he makes a mistake. And if you notice, even on the Honest Bond podcast, when I said that I had the opportunity to host Governor Alex Otti's fundraising dinner, and I said it was while he was in APC, which actually was a mistake because then he was in ABGA, though at some point he also went to APC before he finally joined Labour Party. You could see that on the program. As soon as that error was called out, I apologized. I don't waste time to apologize. I'm not someone who holds on to mistake. And I had looked at that sentence, that statement, and I think that it is quite insensitive to people who had an issue or the other with kidnapping, relatives being killed and all that. And I want to sincerely and unreservedly tender an apology to those who that statement have hurt. And I know how you feel. I believe that statement is very, very insensitive, even though that wasn't what I was trying to say. I believe that I should be able to hold a government that I supported or I'm supporting. I'm supposed to be able to hold them to account. And that is why I think the collaboration by this government with the United States to tackle insecurity is something that is good. And the fact that this government has given the military the highest budget ever, even though it is not enough, because I had interacted with our military personnel and I know what they are going through, and I don't want their efforts to look like they are not doing anything. I guess I was just so passionate about what they are doing, and I also know that they are overstretched, but that doesn't give me a reason whatsoever to be insensitive to other people's plight. And so I want to say I'm very sorry, deeply sorry. I shouldn't have made that statement whatsoever. I shouldn't. You know, I'm sorry. And I will keep engaging the people that I should engage in government to ensure that Nigerians can go to bed, you know, and sleep better with their eyes closed. Thank you.
Popular Nigerian actress Eniola Badmus has threatened legal action against an ex-user who accused her of pimping girls to top Nigerian politicians for money. An ex-user on Thursday morning accused the actress of prostitution and linking young girls with politicians and movie executives. He claimed that Eniola Badmus, who is currently the special assistant to Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives on social events and public hearings, secured her political appointment through her private pimping network. While accusing her of exploiting young girls, the user stated that many of those girls have been used by politicians for different purposes. Denying the allegations on X, the actress threatened to take legal actions against the user, noting that she doesn't have a forgiving spirit. The allegations came about 3 years after a lady identified as Oge called the actress for being a professional pimp. However, after she was arrested, Oge explained that she was paid 200,000 naira to accuse the actress. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
We are local.
market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every...
Just finished the
Right, market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. taken the bull by the horn.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events